Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear. but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, We cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them? if we don't speak up and get noticed. I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Peace and love. Good day. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Darius A. Stanton. I am your business moderator. As a matter of fact, the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate business owners about businesses. We'll be doing a fireside chat this afternoon with the dynamic, none other than Mr. Tony Braxton. Tony Braxton is a CEO of Mavo Media Institute. He's a social entrepreneur since 1993, self-employed, starter of businesses such as an import and export business, used car dealerships, and author of Trading Stocks Beyond the Eight Ball. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce to you none other than Mr. Tony Braxton. He's out there, and I'm sure he's coming. He's probably playing ball somewhere because I know he still liked to run ball. I heard he was good back in the day. I don't know about now, but Coach TB, Tony Braxton, good
What's
afternoon.
up, Coach?
Peace and love. Good day to you, brother. How's everything?
Hey, man, peace and blessings to you, Dr. Stanton. Everything is wonderful, man. I'm glad to be on with you, man. I thank you for the invitation to come on and express what it is we're doing on this side of the tracks. I really do appreciate you, man. How are you doing today?
I am all pumped up and ready to go, See, Coach, in my former life, when I ran Boys and Girls Clubs, at one point in time, my whole entire staff either quit or got fired. And I had to run the club by myself. And not only did I coach the basketball team, but I also coached the cheerleaders. So I learned a few cheers in the midst of that. And you know, when you run ball as much as we did, we had cheerleaders cheer for us. So I learned some of those cheers along the way. That's awesome. So my cheer today is all pumped up and ready to go, pumped up and ready to go. Win, win, win. All pumped up and ready to go, pumped up and ready to go. Win, win, win. And I got Coach TB, Tony Braxton from Baltimore, Maryland, to talk to us today. Author, coach in finance, day trading, you name it, business, social entrepreneur. I love that social entrepreneur piece. So welcome to the Black Business Network, Black Business Olympics, and especially because you're so focused as a nonprofit in supporting young people and anybody watching our show today. We want to make sure that you go down below at blackbusinessexpousa.com and donate to make sure that our young people get the technology that they need and scholarships to move beyond. Regardless of what anybody else funds, we are going to make sure that our young people get the resources to do what they need. So again, Coach DB, welcome TB to the Black Business Olympics.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it, man. And it's a great platform, and it's something that it's a necessity in our community right now.
Without question. So listen, this is a fireside chat. So I'm going to start firing questions at you, and we're going to chat it up. It's a great conversation. I encourage people to get your pens and paper out because this brother teaches class. All right. He actually instructs people. So you want to take notes from this conversation at any of the Black Business Network, Black Business Olympics. You want to make sure that you are taking notes. Be prepared in class. Do not come up short at the end of the class and not have your homework done. Okay. So you got to take notes. You can pass that quiz in your test, because you never know what might be in it. As a matter of fact, if you take notes today, you are probably going to raise a substantial amount of revenue just based on the information you learn. Now, of course, full disclosure, we make no promises here on the Black Business Network, but we want to make sure that one thing for sure, you walk away with information, and you can't do that alone without writing it down. So get your pen and your paper and share this information and share this channel so that other people can get in on your Black business. So let's get into it. Let's get into the background. What do you do and where are you from?
A good question, bro. Of course, I'm Tony Braxton. I'm from Baltimore, Maryland, the 21225, born and raised. I studied business administration at Morgan State University in class of 94. After I came out of there, I opened up a clothing store down on Franklin Street in Baltimore, Maryland. I ran that business from 95 all the way up until 2000. And then I opened up, as you said, import and export business where I was importing raw leather from Morocco, Casablanca. That's Northeast Africa, where the leather, sheepskin leather, was cheap.
I've been there.
You've been there. And so Rabat and Casablanca, so when I designed those jackets and made them, I would take them to New York and wholesale them to the boys in the leather district off of Delancey Street in New York. So that was in the early years. And then when the clothing industry became saturated with all the musicians and rappers getting into clothes, I jumped into the automotive industry, where I was going to auctions and buying cars at one auction, selling them at another auction. And then that parlayed me into being the first Black man to open up a dealership in Glen Burnie, Maryland. I don't know if that's a little offbeat. This is a little, out of the way of Baltimore, and it's not our community. But I went out there and I opened up a dealership in 2003, and I ran that dealership all the way up through the recession until about 2010 and sold that. And after that, got into the trucking business where I was hauling freight all 48 states. Ran that up to 10 trucks, and then COVID hit, wound up selling that business. And when COVID hit, I decided to fulfill a long bucket order of writing this book about financial literacy because of what I was seeing in the community. So I'm a serial entrepreneur, I'm an author, and as you said, I'm the CEO of Malvo Media Institute, which is a nonprofit organization that helps the youth that I'm teaching through the course that's in my book about day trading. Some of the youth may not have the funds that is required to go into day trading or to even purchase the book or purchase a lesson class, a learning lesson class. So the Malvo Media Institute is responsible for raising the funds so that we can pay for those books and so that we can pay for those classes for the youth in our community to enlighten them with financial literacy. So that's my spiel. I've been in business for over 30 years, but now get to the point now where we have to start giving back to the community so that the movement can continue when we're no longer around.
Man, I love it. I first of all, being a Baltimore City, Charm City young man myself, where I cut my teeth. I lived in Baltimore partially in part of my youth. I'm from Annapolis, Maryland, but the west side of Baltimore was home in many different places for me. And so I have a huge affection for the Baltimore City, and some of the biggest, brightest, most talented have come out of Baltimore City. And although Toni Braxton, the female singer, T-O-N-I, not our brother T-O-N-Y,
right,
is from a small town outside of Baltimore called Queenstown, not far from where you used to sell cars. She used to be a secretary for my father when she was in college, right?
Wow.
And her dad was actually Christian, one of my sons. So, Baltimore has got, just a blazing talent. It's got a lot of reputation for a lot of the things based on some media that was out there, but we focus on assets and strengths here on the Black Business Network. So we are very excited to have you. And listen, Morocco, Casablanca, man, the markets in Morocco, the olives and the herbs and the leather goods and and the garments is just incredible. What was that like the first time you went to Morocco?
It was amazing, man. I went at a young age, man. I had to be no more than like 20, no more than 20, 19, between 19 and 21, but I'm gonna say 2021. I went during those times. So, I'm still fresh and still learning. The biggest takeaway I got out of there is when me and my partner was moving around the town, and we went into like an office building, and I got on the elevator and everybody spoke to each other. That was different for me because at home, when you get on the elevator here, nobody says nothing. They just press the button and that's it. But everybody spoke to each other. Everybody was communicating with each other during the ride. The people were so sweet. They were so nice. Everybody eat off of one plate, all sit around one plate. Everybody eat off of that one plate. We ate a lot of couscous over there. I tell you that much. It was really, really good. And I happened to go during the time of Ramadan. So they wanted me as an honored guest to actually cut the goat's throat and let the blood pour out so that they could do what they do during Ramadan. And they gave me the opportunity to do that and yell Allahu Akbar across the airwaves on top of the roof. And so it was an experience, man. We were over there with the ambassador to the United States' son. So, we were in all the parties. We were we were everywhere we needed to be in that place. And it was a beautiful, beautiful place to visit. Beautiful people. And the culture is just so welcoming. So I really enjoyed my time over there in Morocco doing those business times. I experienced a lot of things doing business, and that was one of the ones that stand out to me.
Well, one of the greatest things that I encourage people to do, one of the things you need to write down, get your passport, and become a global citizen. To be able to travel is one of the greatest things for young people that can open up your mind and just allow you to be, see things that as you mentioned about food and the experiences that you had that changed your life, and so that allowed you from there, I'm sure, to be able to just think about traveling and moving, throughout the world. And so if I could encourage you anything out of that piece, make sure you get your passport so that you can travel and be open, be an open system. So listen, let's move on to our next question. Thank you for sharing about who you are and your background. So now people understand, part of your dynamicism. You were also was you a 2-letter or 3-letter sport guy? Because I know you played basketball. I know you played football. Is that only 2 sports you played in high school?
No, man. I wrestled and ran track, man. I was very athletic when I was young. I was really very much so into sports, and my coach, the coach football, he was the coach during wrestling season, so he wanted me to come down and try out. And I was bending the boys up and slamming them around, so I just stayed in there.
I know that's right. Well, listen, tell us, why did you decide to write a book, Trading Stocks from Behind the 8 Ball? Why did you decide to become an author?
That's a good question, Doc. My motivation consists of me looking for ways to contribute towards this pushback on society, constantly degrading the community where we live, work, and worship. It bothered me to see how society was set up for our community and for the Black man, period. I understand the history and all that, but that's something that we don't have to continuously carry around with us. So I was looking for ways to shake it, and share my knowledge and experiences was one of the ideas I came up with, such as like personal experiences navigating the stock market, because I've been in the stock market since the late 90s. Even whether I was winning or failing, I would like to share that information with people. I wanted to pass on the lessons that I've learned to help others, as far as avoiding like costly mistakes or improving their own investment strategies, because everybody try to make money somehow on the side, and I've seen that we wasn't gaining enough ground with respect to that. I've learned, and also learned, that the more I teach my strategy, the better I get at my strategy, at my trading strategy, the more I teach it. So it's like a plus. And I also wanted to demystify the stock market, Darius. In our culture, it's kind of foreign when it comes to investing into the stock market and going in and bringing out funds to pass down generational wealth to our culture. It's foreign to us. The stock market can be confusing, and it could be overwhelming sometimes too, especially for people that's just getting into it, like beginners. So I wrote the book to simplify the complex concepts that's involved in the market, making them more accessible to everyday people that's in my community. The goal is to empower readers with knowledge they need to make informed decisions, creating generational wealth for their families. I'm an advocate for financial literacy, and a big desire for one of my biggest desires is to increase the financial literacy within my culture, within my community, because most of us understand educating people about investing can help them secure their financial future and avoid a lot of debt that we find ourselves in. And it also can do the most important thing, is that's to build that pass down generational wealth. So my team is passionate about improving financial education for people from all walks of life, if you will. We also desire to build that authority and that credibility amongst professionals that are already in the game, that's already in finance. And we also did it for people that are interested in building generational wealth, such as investors, analysts, or financial advisors. I wrote the book to establish myself as a thought leader in the industry. As you know, Brother Darius, a well-written book can build trust, credibility, and visibility, leading to more career opportunities, along with creating passive income, generating income, particularly through royalties or book sales. And this revenue stream will aid me in building out my online school that I'm building. So financial books can help lasting appeal, leading to ongoing revenue streams for successful books, if you will.
Wow. Well, you shared a lot, and I told people to get their pens out, right? So I want to make sure that I capture some of those high points from what you just shared. You wrote the book because you wanted people to understand, in the Black community in particularly, that it is so important that we look at the stock market to be able to generate revenue for yourself and your families and generations to come. There was a conversation we had earlier that also where you talked about real estate, being a part of a strategy. But those are assets that, can be limiting in a sense. They got a ceiling. Help you leverage funds, help you to acquire resources and other properties. But the true asset development is rooted in, which is why banks go into business. They don't just go into business to loan people money. They go into business so they can take your money and they can invest your money, and they can invest it at a rate that will give them a much greater return than the 0.1% that they give you or less, in your accounts where you're sitting all your money. And so you have gone into writing the behind the eight ball, trading stocks from behind the eight ball, so that people could really understand that. And the other thing that I thought was very critical that you talked about was starting at home with your family, and how important that is. What was it that inspired you and your family, and what are you doing with your family right now to really encourage them to work cohesively as Black business owners, as Black business investors, Black business educators? What are the things that were done for you that gave you that foundation, and what would you encourage other people to do with their families that you're doing right now that they could, create those kind of synergies within their own households and families?
Well, that's a very good question, Dr. Darius. Now, I think I'm probably a little bit different, man, because I tell you, something happened to me when I was about 7 years old that changed my life, right? We used to go to a Bible study at a neighbor's house, right? Because they did Bible study at the homes back then. And the family name was Brother Charles. And Brother Charles had lost his job. He got laid off from his job. And one day, my pops and my mom, we carried me along. We all went to the supermarket, and they were buying all this food in this cart. And they filled up a whole cart and a half. And I was like, wow, I ain't never seen them buy that much food, but I ain't paying no mind. Man, don't you know they took that cart and a half of food over to the Childs and gave them all that food? Now, by that happening at the age of 7 or 8, I saw that, and something stuck in me to help and help those that are around you. So if I'm going through life and I'm doing my thing as far as business and trading in the stock market, you have to ask yourself, when are you going to help? When are you going to be that one, right? So it was weighing on me since 05, 06, 07, 08. And I finally came around to extending my help back to the community with regards to this research and studying that I did, taking all the Wall Street terminology out of the book and making it into layman terms so a 5th or 6th grader can read this book, so that they then can gain that knowledge to be able to go in and get that generational wealth passed down. Because I'm going to tell you one thing. If you want to get generational wealth passed down, the easiest way to do it is from the stock market. Why? Because we live in a society that's only made up of two things. Only you see all these things that we see, Dr. Darius, around us, but really this country is only made up of two things. And those two things are simple: the court system, which is the judicial system, and the stock market. That's it. So those two things are what we need to learn more about. Those two things are what we need to emphasize more. Those two things are where we need to travel on, and we haven't gotten that yet. So it's my job to bring this information to the community. If you have a problem with something in your business or personal, somebody have a car accident with you, what you do? You go to court, you'll settle it in court. If you get married, you go to court. If you get divorced, you go to court. If you want to stop an injunction or stop the government from doing something that you don't like, you go to court. So that is that. But then when it comes to generating the wealth that you need as a pass down to your youth, to your children, your nieces and nephews and grandkids, you have to get that out of the market, because this is a capitalistic society, right? And you have to ask yourself the question of, why haven't I gotten it already? Or why haven't I known this already, right? And that answer to that question is pretty simple. They took it out of our curriculum in the school system. They did not want us to gain that type of knowledge, to pass down generational wealth. But in the suburbs, there's in there middle schools and high schools. So some of those teenage kids that's living out in the suburbs in those areas coming out of school with 300 and 400K in their personal account, because they've been taught this, right? Then they not only took it out of our curriculum, Dr. Darius, they then bombarded us in the 70s and the 80s with dropping drugs into the community, right? Holding us back. So now we're too busy trying to beat this drug pandemic, and we're not concentrating on no generational wealth. We're concentrating on living. Nobody robbing us or coming in our house or hurting our kids, or your family members getting involved in it, and you trying to help them get out. So we was tied up with that. That was the late 70s all the way up and through the 90s, right? And so when in the middle of the 90s, they brought this demonic music into our culture, all this crazy rap. You step on my tennis, I'll blow your head off. That crazy mess was never in our community. They brought that in, right? So they put layers on top of layers on top of layers just to keep us out of the stock market. So the biggest thing that they did to us, Dr. Darius, was bringing these multi-level marketing companies into the community. And that came in the 2000s, where there were 4 Caucasian men with a company called ACN. Then they had one called Legal Aid. Then they had one called this and that. And they bombarded our churches, and they talked to the pastors and convinced them that this is going to be a way for an economic empowerment for your parishioners, which was a lie. And they got all those people to sign up. And you know, these guys took $400 million out of our community just here in Baltimore through the church system. And that what that did was that kind of was a low blow knockout punch for regarding, hey guys, we need to learn economic empowerment. Hey guys, we need to go into the stock market. Because now when I come around with my book and say, hey guys, this is the way to go, our people are so scorned that they say, hey man, we already got burnt, this, that, and other. We don't trust, we're not doing anything. So you see their plan, you see how they set it up. But right, like I said, the game is not over. In the chess game, you might lose a few pieces, but that don't mean the game is over. You just gotta think 4 or 5 heads of them and start making the right, correct moves. So that's why one of the main reasons why I wrote the book, because of my disheartening, that disheartening effect that those things that happen to our community have had on me. So I am putting forth what I think is a solution to push back on what they're doing to keep us down, if that make any sense.
Well, you know, I think that right now, based on what's going on, thank you for asking the question. What's going on right now locally in the state of Maryland is over $2 million deficit throughout the federal government. The deficit continues to climb every day. and you have a new administration that's, got a lot of things that they putting on the chopping block, a lot of things that are impacting people's daily lives, jobs, and things of that nature. And then on the international front, the geopolitical space, you've got a whole new situation with BRICS taking place, where Brazil and China and India, South Africa have come together with Russia and created a whole new currency, which is to shift the dollar from being the number one currency that's traded throughout the world. And so you have all of these things that are transpiring. It's really important that we get the information and study it so that you don't get overconsumed, which is why you need to tune into the Black Business Network with all of these different noises. And you talked about the distractions that, impact our communities. And there's so many more, but you touched on several that were, excellent examples of being distracted. And so, purchasing your book, Trading Stocks from Behind the Eight Ball, really will give folks an opportunity to learn in a layman's language. So, they don't have to go study the stock market, to learn what it is that you're sharing, because you broke it down. As you said, break it down. You broke it all the way down.
That's
right. So what are some of the short-term and long-term goals people should be focused on in this space?
In this space, my short-term goals is to have this project fully funded within 6 months. So my long-term goals are to have multiple after-school programs teaching financial literacy to marginalized folks that want to learn about generational wealth passed down across the country. So I want to create an after-school program that goes across the country for the youth in these less fortunate communities. So that's one of my long-term goals. But definitely have to keep your eye on the goal and keep running after those goals.
It's so important that as you build inside of your family, and you gave the excellent example of what your family did and how you watched them go buy stuff that they never bought. My grandmother taught me something that was real key. She said, listen, when you give people something, give them your best. Don't just give them your hand-me-downs or something you don't want to wear anymore. Give people something that they would be proud that you would want to wear, and so your family filled up a cart and took more food than you used to seeing in your own house to somebody else, based on them having a hard time. And right now, I want to encourage people to go get your grocery list, go get your neighborhood list from your homeowners association or your tenant council or whatever it is you live, your condo association, and get everybody's name and number and meet them and find out what they do and find out how they can help you and how you can help them, so that when things go awry, you're not just meeting on the elevator for the very first time staring at the wall, but you can say, hey, what's up, Tony? How you doing? How your children doing? Man, I lost my job. What? I'm working over such and such. We're hiring. But if you don't have the relationship, then you're not going to talk to the people in the neighborhood. If you're not speaking today, when you get in a jam, you think somebody's running to your aid, build a relationship so that people can help you achieve your goals and you create an economic system. So let's keep it moving with the Fireside Chat. What has been some of the challenges you've met in working to reach your goal?
Resistant. Yeah, most of the community is scorned, like I said, financially, and it was a design oppression that has been placed upon us, right? And it's meant to continue that gap between the have and the have-nots of growing. They want that gap to continue to grow. So some people in our community know that that's what's going on, and they just go right along with it because they think that's what it's supposed to be. Like, we're not supposed to come together and have our own bank. We're not supposed to come together and have our own credit union. We're not supposed to come together and have our own supermarkets. We're not supposed to come together and have our own hedge funds. They know that society don't want to see that, so they rather go along with what they know society want and please them. So they will use this excuse of, hey, I must resist because I'm scorned. I've been burnt before. And that's one of the biggest challenges that I face. I'm trying to get around that. It concerns me.
What is the success in that? Like, how are you getting around that? What's happening? What are you doing as a business owner, as an investor, as an educator? What are you doing to get around that challenge?
It's really nothing you can do to get around it. You just have to keep pushing forward, because here's the statistics. I will get 9 of those scorned people, 9 of them to tell me no and resist, and to get my 1 yes. Would I like it to be 4 of them and then I get my 1 yes? Yes, I would, but it's not there. It's 9 to 1. So I got to go through that. And then going through that, I explain to them what's going on. And maybe I could change one of those 9 people minds, maybe not. But I will get my yeses, and I will push this forward, because statistically speaking, although the majority of our folks are scorned, it's not everybody. So just like I ran into a good brother like you, right? That comes from me already talking to 12 people that told me no. I don't want to have nothing to do with it. I don't want to buy your book. So you're my yes, you bought the book. So it's not really getting around it. It's just continuing on your path. It's continuing doing what you're doing. It's continuing to believe in what it is you believe in. There was a brother told me earlier today. He said, speak positive so that it can come through. And I think that was you.
Well, you said something, and tell me if I'm right or wrong. You went to Morgan State University, the Golden Bears.
Go
Excellent. They got the, one of the most dynamic new business centers in the region. But you talked about something that's scientific, and that is, in order to reach people and to get a sale, you talking like 12 to 1. And that's a good number, because really you can go out after, I think it says the rate is out of 100 people, your take rate, if you send out an advertisement, out of those 100 people, you might just get 2. If you get 2 to 5 people to say yes, you made it. And if you got 10 people out of that, you really struck gold. So how important is it for you to like put your emotions aside when you're in business and keep on selling, working to get to that yes, and you perfect your pitch, and your marketing tools and your resources and all those things. But how important is it to just stick to it and just keep on working?
Yo, that's an excellent question, Dr. Darius. Very, very good question, because that's what I think a lot of our entrepreneurs, they kind of miss that point where you just have to continue on your path, right? You have to even in trading. That's why day trading and stock trading is beautiful, because it's business on steroids. Now, I learned in business that you have to separate your emotions. You either gonna learn that through schooling, knowledge, studying, or you gonna learn it the hard way, right? But in day trading, you cannot have no emotions nowhere near the place when you're day trading or you're in the stock market, and you must maintain discipline. So my book goes through those things about the psychology of day trading, how you have to set your mind in order to even get in there before you get started. And one of the main things is to remove your emotions. That's why I mentioned statistics, because there's no emotions involved in statistics, right? It is what it is. This is business, and you're going to get some doors slammed in your face. but you have to get those doors slammed in your face to get an open door. Now, those that thin skinned and they can't take rejection, then I'm gonna advise them to go to the gym and start lifting some weights, because you're gonna have to have thick skin when it comes to business, and you have to remove your emotions from it in order to be successful. That's one of the most dangerous things to involve in business is your emotions. Once you involve those emotions, you're making it that much harder for you to be successful in business. And in trading, it's the same way. No emotions, maintain discipline, and you will be able to get what it is you're trying to get done. I can tell you that through experience.
Wow. So, we're about to wrap. But I wanted to make sure that I gave you the last word, and you just put some powerful words out there. You just gave people the tips. No emotion. Go work out so you could work out and get that adrenaline pumping, but also the cortisol levels down. And so as you start to fluctuate and things start going up and down, you stay calm and cool, because when you lose your cool, you lose your ability to make effective decisions. And that goes across the board in business, period. So that's something else you want to be able to write down. Meditate, learn how to breathe, take a breathing exercise class so that you can, and you remember this from being on the foul line, Tony, back in the day, big game, you got a lot of crowds shouting one way or the other, and you at that foul line, and you cannot be emotional.
Yeah.
And you got to keep that thing together, lock it up. And the same thing with you in the space of trading. So, Tony, just give us one more, if you would, one more tip around what it is that people need to be focused on when they're looking at investing, and then share with how people can reach you so that they can join your class. And also another one of our media partners, talk about the newspaper that you're working with now. And so people can tie into that Black business and push what our good brother David Murphy is doing, and the great work that him and Bill Gooden and all those folks are doing with the Black Unity News.
Hey, man, I appreciate that opportunity, Dr. Darius. Yeah, man, I am a contributing editor for the National Black Unity News Network. David Murphy has a newspaper where he have all the Black entrepreneurs in the city posting their ads, either a half a page, quarter page, or a whole page, as a directory. So those that want to do business with Black people, they have somewhere to go. They can flip through those pages and find them someone that's of an African American race, and spend money with them, because we spend $1.2 trillion a year on frivolous stuff, meaning we spend 80% of our income. It goes out of the community, never to return. So we need to start redirecting those funds back to the community. And we having a podcast tomorrow. Those that would like to get on is a Pan African podcast, a yearly podcast where a bunch of business owners are getting on tomorrow and discussing what it is we can do to move forward. And if anybody want that link, they could just reach out to Darius and we'll get it to them. They also can reach me via my cell phone. I could give that number is 443-619-1665. They could text for the book.
Give it one more time, please.
Sure, that's 443-619-1665. They can text me if they're interested in purchasing a book or having a 2-month course on me one-on-one, teaching them how to day trade. The purchasing of the book gets you a free introductory class so that you can get the basics of what we do in the stock market and how we do things. My email address, you can shoot me an email as well, is tbdaytrading43@gmail.com. That's tbdaytrading43@gmail.com, right? You can shoot me an email, let me know you're interested. A lot of this stuff is on my Facebook page. And as Brother Darius said, don't want to get me mixed up with Cuzzo, you know, Tony is my cousins, actually, the Braxton. So I spell my name Braxton Tony on Facebook. It's backwards. Braxton and then Tony, Tony. And you'll see a picture of my book pop up, and that way you'll know it's me. But in closing, Dr. Darius, if I could quote our good brother Marcus Garvey when he said, Black unity is key. Get organized and you will compel the world to respect you. You know, we must emancipate ourselves from this mental slavery, Dr. Darius, because you know, I could always tell people, you know, I'm not African because I wasn't born in Africa. I'm African because Africa was born in me. So if you look at it like that, then you won't fall into that manipulation of you representing a slave, you not being as powerful as you are, you're not being as smart as you are, you're not being as capable as you are, you're not being as intelligent as you are. Those things will go out the window if you take on that mindset. So continue to do what you guys are doing, and that's unifying our culture, because we are a powerful people. And the minute we get together, we'll be able to show the world how powerful we are. Thank you so much for your time and listening to my cause.
Hey, man, listen, Tony Braxton, it's been such a jewel, Coach, to have you on. If I could, I'd bring you right back, you know, and I might have to do a part 2 with you, just because the information, we got through now we know who you are and why you do in that space, but to dig deeper and go into the chapters, because I have my book, and so I wanted to have a little bookcase with you to do some studying, you know, right here online. So, you know, don't be surprised if we can get you back right away, because we need people to know now more than ever how important it is to do this. So I want to thank you for coming. You know, like I said, we might work to get you right back. So stay tuned if we can, you know, have a part 2 to this conversation that will dig in and go in a little bit more chapter by chapter, because people need to know it. And then that's going to just encourage them to go out and get it, because you're not going to get it all, but at least you're going to get enough. And you already heard the brother, he's giving away information so that he can create this opportunity for children. So thanks so much for coming. Thanks for sharing your expertise on the show. And we really appreciate you. Know the genius is common, and we'll see you literally on the other side.
Thanks, man. Peace and blessings.
No doubt. Thank you. So the Black Business Expo, thank you again to our good brother, Tony Braxton, for being here. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors to go to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. So we want students to be able to, you know, go to blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate or to access application for the scholarship fund. You can also use the Cash App that's on the screen below and $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at blackbusinessexpo.com, and every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to that scholarship fund, please. We want to thank all of our Black Business Expo USA sponsors, and that includes NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supply Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Creative Force Studios, Superwomen Business Services, Lee Entertainment, the Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. This is Darius A. Stanton. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Peace and love.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training. Masterclasses led by African industry execs and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource, I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you.
How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world.
Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Darius A. Stanton, and I am your business moderator for this Black Business Network book review. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our keynote, or rather, our book author today is none other than Mr. Tony Braxton. Let me tell you a little bit about Tony Braxton. Tony Braxton is the CEO of Mavo Media Institute, a nonprofit. He's a social entrepreneur. He's been in business since 1993, self-employed. He started import and export businesses, used car dealerships, author of the Trading Stocks Beyond the Eight Ball. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Black Business Network's book review, none other than Tony T-O-N-Y Braxton.
Hey, bro, what's up, bro? Thanks for the invitation, man, to talk about my book, man. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate. There you go, bro. Thanks for patronizing. Thanks for your support, man. I really, really appreciate you, bro.
Listen, it's an honor, man, to have you, an author, to be here on the Black Business Network's Black Book Review. The number of authors that are out there, are growing every day, but there's still so many stories that have yet to be told in and around, Black business, Black legacy, the world stage in terms of economics and the creations, that people and contributions that people have made. That's why it's so important. And we're really excited to have you here on the Black Business Network, Black Business Olympics book review, because it's so important that we have our own channels to be able to make sure people get genuine, authentic information. And so let's get into it with Coach TB, Tony Braxton. Why they call you Coach, man? Where's that come from? Where are you from and why they call you Coach?
Hey, man, I'm from the 21225, man. Born and raised in Baltimore, man, in South Baltimore. And I've been coaching my whole life, man. Whether it was the youth in the community or whether I was the quarterback at Maryville High School where I had to coach my team. They put this little C on your chest, bro, Dr. Darius, and that C on there, that stands for captain. So whenever you become a captain, you once a captain, always a captain. So you coach, you're gonna always be coaching. And I coach a lot of youth on how to trade in the stock market. I coach them on financial literacy. I coach them on history. I coach them on culture. I coach them on community activism. I coach people on things that I think is important to them, to their progression in life. Because there are a lot of things that's out here that's really not important to the progression of your life. Most of it is catered to entertainment, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, television, sports, or whatever. but I try to give them the nuggets that they need that will help them advance in life, and not only help them advance in life, that will stabilize their family so that their family that's coming up behind them can advance in life. And once we bring that to their attention, whereas we bring the knowledge that it's more important that you are concerned about your family in the generations to come than it is of you right now today. Because we thank Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, and those guys like those, and Rosa Parks and Harriet Tubman. We thank those type of people because they were thinking about us a little bit more than they were thinking about themselves. So I take that on.
You know, Coach, I coach myself, and so I have a great appreciation and respect, you know, for the fact that you are coaching, and I coach basketball, you know, so I definitely, and young people in a number of different spaces, and the Stanton Group, which is a leadership development organization, also does leadership coaching. So I have a great deal of admiration and respect, and I think people need to understand why it's important to even have a coach. You know, some of the greatest, you know, have had coaches. Why would you tell people it's important for them in whatever, regardless of whatever field or industry that they're in, that they need a coach?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Dr. Darius. I have a coach myself. You know, Baba Tad Marsh is one of my coaches. Mr. Joe Austin, he's the former president of Harbor Bank. He's one of my coaches and mentors. Been for quite some time. So you're right. It's very important that we all have coaches, just like we all have doctors. So it's like no one person don't need a doctor. Even a doctor need a doctor. Even a lawyer need a lawyer. So when it comes to that coaching aspect, you got to realize that we are made up of flesh and spirit and energy. You know, flesh, spirit, and energy, right? And sometimes we get cloudy with our receptors being able to hear from outside sources or see things that we should be able to see because we're cloudy. So that's when the coach come in and say, hey man, I see you ain't do that slant right. I think you need to cut a little harder, and that way the ball will be right there for you as soon as you cut. You know, they see things that we don't see. So coaches are very important to the success of any activity, especially in trading or in life in general. Having a life coach is a good idea because they can help you. You can bounce things off of them, and they can give you valuable feedback and important information that you may need to hear. I can't hear you.
We're going to get into it and let you coach us through this brilliant book here, Trading Stocks from Behind the Eight Ball. What, when, why, and how. So just to get, you know, the people understand, I'm going to read from about the author. On a personal level, after reading this book, I recall when I was 10 years old and enrolled in summer enrichment course entitled Man and His Money. I couldn't stand it. Used another word I don't use. The whole capitalist ideology was at odds with my socialistic, militant young heart. So I skipped the course, played hooky for the first time in my life, spent mornings stealing neighborhood fruit and devoured the top garages, and simply enjoyed my last summer of true childhood delinquency. The following year was the tumultuous and epic 1968. But reading this book didn't suck. In fact, it made the whole challenge of being a successful trader fun, like a cool game in which I could do well. This was somebody who read your book and they said, wow, it changed my life, you know, and my aversion to money making was based on my Catholic ethic, which taught the love of money is the root of all evil. However, after reading the book, I realized that not all aspects of money making lead to the awful fate. It's not the love of money, but the quest to be a winner, which fuels success in this arena. The funny thing is, after reading this book, I am reminded of the only card I ever received from my father after my graduation from Columbia University in New York City. Dad let me drive home his Dodge Charger from New York. But more than that, he left me a graduation card, a gesture totally foreign to his stoic demeanor. The card whose words I will always remember simply read, "Do all that is possible. You must attempt the impossible. To be all that you can be, you must dream of being more." Well done, Tony. And that's by your friend Jerome Briscoe, now a lawyer.
Yes.
You know, so the brother said this book changed his whole life and attitude towards money. And if we're trained that money is the root of all evil, then that sends you in a whole different, in the back of your mind, right off the bat, you're setting a frame of reference. Peter Sinjay talks about frames that people take pictures of, and they also hear things that become part of your psyche. So we have to retool how we think. So we think that money is an energy. It's a tool, just like any other tool. It's energy. And you are training people on how to do that. So I think it was brilliant that you were able to take Wall Street and its dynamics and put it into a book that is a good read, but a short one. And people are already talking about how it impacted them. So let's talk about the history of stock markets. We're going to go through each chapter, if that's okay.
Yeah.
And you can give us the highlight on those chapters. And as I say all the time on the Black Business Network, make sure you bring your pen and your paper to take these notes, and then make sure that before the end of the show, you go buy this book. Tell people where they can get it right now, Coach T.
Yeah, you can get the book by simply cash apping $150 to $FUNDTB123. That is FundTB123. And then leave your address in the comments section and we'll get one right out to you. Or you can go on Amazon.com and get the book, Barnes & Noble. And there are other links if you go to my Facebook page, which is Braxton Tony, and you'll see a picture of my books. There's multiple links on there where you can get the book. But you can also call me or text me at 443-619-1665, and I'll get one right out to you.
That's 443-619-1665. And what you need to understand about this is not only you're going to buy the book, but that's going to give you access to Coach's trading class. And you will be actually trained. So the investment that you make in this book is a pittance to what it is that you're going to be able to make. Remember, he's going to teach you how banks make money, not how the people that go put their money in the bank, but how the banks make money. Am I right, Coach T?
That's absolutely right. It's a wealth of knowledge in this book. It's well worth it. And the purchase of the book, just like Dr. Darius said, you will get your free introductory class with me one-on-one on the Zoom to give you the basics of what is going on in the stock market and how we can create that generational wealth to pass down to your family.
So let's get into it, Coach. Chapter 1 is the history of stock markets. You talk about stock trading, the history, get into, how stock market and a little bit, break down a little bit about the New York Stock Exchange and the London Stock Exchange and capitalism. Touch on those things, if you would.
Yes, sir. First, I want to say, man, I'm really proud of the book. I dedicated this book to a book of knowledge to my parents, the wonderful Gilbert and Deborah Braxton, two beautiful human beings who instilled wisdom and knowledge. All they did was help others to become their better selves. And that is my attempt with the writing of this book. And you're right. I did start out with going into the history because I know when I want to learn something, I want to learn every detail about it. I want to know all about it in order for me to be able to capture the knowledge. I want to know everything. When did it start? How did it start? What is the purpose? So I took the folks on a journey in history in chapter 1, where we talk about the history of the stock market, right? And in the beginning chapters, I just tried to get the reader to use their imagination and just imagining when something is first starting up in New York, when there were just dirt roads. There wasn't even paved roads, right? And I go into the history where I talk about the concept and where it came from. So the concept really, it comes from, it dates back to the 17th century, right? There was a company called Dutch East Indian Company. They decided they needed to raise money for their companies to grow. Now think about that. Think about that. This idea came out of needing to raise money to grow. Meaning to raise money for their company to grow. They said, how can we need, if we had more money, our company will be booming, it'll be growing. Where can we get this money from? So they say, you know what? We're going to start selling a piece of our company to the public. And that money that comes in, we'll use that money and we'll build our business. So whether we know it or not, everybody else is unified. Because all the public is buying stocks in Tesla, buying stocks in Walmart, buying stocks in Home Depot. What are they doing? They're unified with those companies to help those companies grow. So what I'm saying is that's something that we have to capture. That's been escaping our community for quite some time, the unification of us together in order to what? Grow. So I thought that was a key point to where and why the stock market even started. So knowing that it takes us to come together in order to grow, I think it's a very key point, right? And then I go through what a share is. I get into the details of what a share is of a company because people really don't understand that, right? So when you open up a S corporation or C corporation or LLC, you know, you can either have it a private company or a publicly owned company. Normally, when you first open it up, it is going to be a private company and you allocate shares. The shares represent the percentage of your company. So if you have 1 million shares of your company available, then you have to decide how many of those shares you're going to keep for yourself, how many of those shares you're going to sell to other folks so that you can raise money. So a little piece of that of the share is a little piece of your company. So if you got 100% of your company and you want to sell 10% of your company, then that means you're going to sell 100,000 shares because you got 1 million of them. So you're selling 100,000 shares. What are you going to sell them at? $5, $10, $15, $20. Well, then that comes into the revenue that's generating or the projected revenue. How much is the company worth? What is it projected to be worth? And then that way you'll get your value of the shares through that calculations of how much revenue you plan to generate, multiplied times 6 times revenue, and that'll be the value of your company, the market value, and then that's when you can go and start selling the shares in order to raise money to grow the company. So I get into the point of explaining what a share is. I also talk about the New York Stock Exchange, as you mentioned, and the London Stock Exchange, and the different stock exchanges around the world. And I also talk about how important it is for a capitalistic society to be able to have this change in this barter system in order for a capitalistic society to work. So if we living in a capitalistic society, but our knowledge is so far away from it that I don't know how we're going to be successful. We're always going to constantly be tripping over our shoestrings and falling and scraping our knee because we're not getting the knowledge that we need in order to function or grow in a society that we are actually living in right now. So I think that type of information is important. And I go over what a capitalistic society is in this book in chapter 1. And also in chapter 1, we talk about profits and how to create profits. We talk about market competition, efficient allocation. Where should I put my money? Should I put it here? Should I put it there? How do I make those decisions on where to place my money? You know, should I have a financial advisor or should I just let Bank of America do it? I just give them my money, let them pay me 0.05% while they make 600-700% a year off of your money. Is that cool? But that's how it's set up. Also talk one of the most important things. I go over it a little bit in chapter 1, the risk to reward. You know, we talk about that a little bit there. Speculations on investments, which ones are more riskier. You know, we talk about speculation in general. And really dig down into the market forces and investing. You know, what is investing in, and how can we build wealth for our children's children? Because, you know, there was a book written, and in that book it said a good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children's children, right? So we want to be considered good men. So let's get to work. That's chapter 1. Chapter 2. Chapter
So real quick on chapter 1, one of the things that you talk about in this that I want people to understand. First, you just break down the history of the stock market, and you said something key. It helps you to grow. You know, so just going into business, if you just going into business and you're just expecting to make money off your margins, your profit, and that's all you're going to make, then you're leaving money on the table.
That's right.
You're leaving money on the table because you're paying your expenses, and then you have, the cost of doing business. And let's say you incurred all those things and you covered all those things. You included even part of the cost of doing business is the retirement for yourself and your employees. You factored all that in, and you still have some left. But out of that, $20 out of the $100 that you had left after you paid your bills, you go put that in a bank. And they sit in the bank and make 1%, interest. It may, at best 3%, and that's a sky and a pie in the sky. But if you go take it to the market, that $20 can become $100, and actually much, much more. So the fact that you explain to people that it's not enough to just make the money in your business, you have to optimize and leverage that revenue so that you can grow your business and grow your assets and your profit as a result of leveraging the money that you're bringing in terms of revenue.
Yeah, I must say, Dr. Stanton, you are very intelligent on the low, man, because it's very important to scale a business and not just make a profit. The business is about scaling. And that's a lot of our entrepreneurs or people in our culture that consider themselves entrepreneurs. If they're successful in business and they're making 100, 200, maybe 300, 400,000 a year, they think they're successful. But I would want to know, what is your growth rate? What is your scale rate year over year? And if they can't tell me that and they're not concentrating on scaling, then I know they're missing something and they need a coach.
So let's get into chapter 2.
Chapter 2,
the miseducation of the stock market.
Oh, that's an easy one right there. You already know where I'm going with that one. They kept that so far away from our curriculum in school, man. They did not want us to know anything about day trading stocks or investing or anything. You know what they used to do? They used to send this old big fat white man into the community, and he would collect money from my grandmother. But he was planning that was their, they would sell insurance to your family, and they would come in and collect the money, and they would take the money and go invest the money into the stock market, quadruple, United Health and all these insurance companies right now. That's them. Look how big they are now, $500 billion companies, because they started years ago collecting money from us in our community and going and investing it into the stock market. Now look at them. And the sad thing about it is that same particular policy that my grandmother may have had, that she was paying $25 or $30 a month, she would only have a $5,000 or $10,000 or $15,000 policy. But if you went to the trailer parks or other different communities, that same policy would be $150,000, $200,000, $300,000 if somebody passed away. So that's another way that they stopped us from creating generational wealth. They discouraged us from getting the proper policies, insurance policies on our folks. So if somebody was to pass away in our family, instead of us going on Facebook or Cash App or going on the GoFundMe, we will get a check wired into our account for $500,000 or $200,000 because we done lost that person in our family. Now we can take that money, invest, and build generational wealth. So second chapter is explaining how they took the time to miseducate us on the aspect of the stock market and how it can create generational wealth for our families. They didn't want us to know that.
So basically, you're paying insurance, and you have a monthly premium you're paying to the insurance company, and the insurance company tells you your policy is going to be at worth X at the end of the term, or if you have an IUL, independent universal life policy, that will allow you to be able to use your own money, borrow off of it, a number of different things you can do with IUL. But what they don't tell you is they take your money and do what with it?
Invest it into the stock market and trade it in the market.
So you can cut out the middleman. We're not telling you not to utilize insurance as an investment vehicle. We're not saying that at all. And please just know that the Black Business Network, Black Business Olympics, that we don't hold any claims over any of your financial success or advice, that we're only sharing what Coach TB has put together in terms of his experience and his exposure and success in the market. And so back to it. So Coach TB, so now in terms of the miseducation, what is it that Chapter 2 talks about in terms of preparing you and educating you on how to actually cut out the middleman and go out, or middlewoman, and go ahead and invest your own funds?
Yeah, well, like you said, we're not advocating to discourage anybody from doing anything. That my whole point was that we should have our own insurance companies, that we are providing the policies for our people. And when they pass, we know the right premium that they should get, and we should allocate that to them. But that's something that we have to create, and that should be a question that everybody that's paying insurance should ask. Why don't we have our own life insurance policies? It wouldn't be nothing for us to get underwritten by Lords of Baltimore and Lords of London. We can do that if we come properly. I've seen a lot of things in my time. I used to run the streets in New York with Fubu and them, Damon and them. And we started out selling hats and socks. I told you we were selling clothes back then. Remember, I was going to Morocco selling jackets. So we were all running around, and we never thought that they would be the ones that get it done. But the reason why they got it done is because all of us had our own businesses, but they had a business together. It was 5 of them. And each one of us had our own business. But that goes to show you that unity works. Now Damon is worth over $400 or $500 million right now, right? And they sold the company for, I don't know, 50 million or whatever the case may be. But the point I'm trying to make to you is, just like they did that, we can create our own insurance companies. It's not out of the question. People get thoughts in their mind like, oh, we want our own bank, we want our own credit union, we want our own family office, we want our own insurance companies. And then you'll have another person that said, think in their mind, that's out of the question. They're never going to let that happen. Who is they? We can do this. And that's what chapter 2 is really mainly talking about, what we can do, what we should do, and how we've been miseducated on the possibilities of using the stock market.
So you talked about 2 terms. I just want people to make sure they go look up. First of all, go look up what it costs to start a credit union. And I believe it's $250,000, but go look that up. All right. So you could do that with your church. You could do that with a number of businesses, and understand the benefits of being able to start a credit union. You also talked about a family office. We want people to go do your research and understand what that is. So take these terms and go, as since you mentioned, New York City and FUBU, you must learn, So let's go on to chapter 3 and the day trading requirements. What's required in terms of day trading?
Yeah, day trading requires a few things. One, they set barriers up, because a lot of us are learning the stock market. A lot of us are getting into investing. A lot of us is coming around. So as the minute that we start moving forward in this area, they're going to set up barriers, entry barriers, so that they're making it harder for us to get in. One of those barriers is, in order for you to be a day trader or trade in the stock market, your account has to be over 25,000 K. So you have to have over $25,000 cash in the account for you to start trading, right? So those that have 5 or 10 or 15 that want to get in, they can't. So that's an entry barrier. So in that case, you would want to keep the account at a minimum of like 30,000, because in the stock market, it's cyclical. It's up and it's down. It's volatile. It goes up and down. So if you at 25,000 and your stock that you're in dips below and causes you to have a balance below 25,000, then they will cut it off. So it's good to have at least another $5,000 so that you're not going to allow it to dip down as much as $5,000. When you see a dip, you're talking $300, $400, $500, $1,000, and no more than that, if you're learning from me, right? So I'm going to teach you how to minimize your risk. Risk mitigation is something I'm very big on, meaning we want to win, we do not want to lose, right? And we want to win way more than we lose. So it's all about statistics. If you can win 60% of the time going 3-to-1 ratio, you're still going to be profitable. If you can win 60% of the time with a 3-to-1 ratio, you're still going to be profitable. Me, my win rate is at 90%. I'm between 88 and 90%, and I try to keep it above 90%, meaning I don't want to take the risk that's going to give me a loss to possibly bring down my percentage. So it's no being greedy. It's no having FOMO, fear of missing out. It's learning your strategy and sticking to your strategy and being disciplined in that strategy in order for you to maintain. I told you, I'm only in the market for an hour, 45 minutes to an hour a day, and I'm done, because there's no need to be greedy or overexerting yourself, because this is a long journey. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. So you start out now making $1,000, $1,500 a day, and then you can possibly get up one day to the 20s and the 30s and the 40s and the $50,000. But when you start out, you take it small steps, baby steps, and that's what I go over a little bit in detail in chapter 3, giving you the requirements of what it's going to take in order for you to be successful in day trading. Time commitment is important too, because the market opens at 9:30 in the morning, it closes at 4 p.m. So you got to set yourself a certain time that you're going to be in that market and produce your strategy, and then you're done, right? So time commitment is one of the things. You have to have emotional control, Brother D. You have to have emotional control. A lot of people don't have emotional control, and that's the first thing that they have to fix if they're going to get into day trading. And I can help you with that. I can coach people with their emotional control.
So tell me, when you say emotional control, why is that important, just in business in general, but in particular with regard to trading? Why is emotional control? What happens in that space?
Because they have algorithms in the computer where when you make a trade, right? Say you buy Tesla at $200 a share and you buy 1,000 shares, right? And you say, well, I'm going to get out of Tesla when it gets to 220. I'm going to get out of Tesla when it gets to 220. And they start going up to 220, but then it drops back down to 190. So now you $10 in the rears. But if you did the proper setup for your strategy, you won't allow your emotions to scare you to the point where you think you're going to lose and get out, because the minute you get out, it goes up and hit 220. So if you would have just left your emotions out of it and did your strategy and did your plan and been disciplined in what you said you was going to do, you had set this plan up and you stuck to it, then you would have made that profit. But in other words, you lost $10,000 by getting out versus making $20,000 by keeping your emotions out of it. That's just one way.
Hey, but just to know that if you keep your emotions intact, you say you make more money. Is the bottom line. So learn how to control your emotions. Okay, let's go on to chapter 3 because our time is cutting, but this is why people need to get. So we did chapter 3, day trading requirements. What else is the key in terms of requirements before we move on? Equipment and software. Talk about equipment and software real quick.
Equipment and software. All you need is a laptop. That's all you need. You need a lot of people. Some of these young cats, young Generation X, they trading on their phone. I wouldn't advise the phone. You have a laptop, and we get your brokerage company, and you go from there. They'll provide the platform. But here's a key thing I need to bring up real quick because you got me on this now. Once you take my course, right, I am teaching you or coaching you on how to pass an exam for a bank that I'm partnered with. So that means after the 2-month course, if you pass the exam, the bank will fund you $80,000. And sometimes in certain cases, depends on the skill set, $150,000 for you to trade their money with, and they're going to take 30% of the profit and you keep 70%. That's
Wait a minute. Did you say that you teaching people how to pass a test that will allow them to go to the bank and then be able to, the bank will invest in you based on you passing this test, and they will give you $80,000 to invest, and they will ask back out of that. They only want 30% of your earnings.
That's right.
Wow. So y'all better write this down. Give me your number again because they might not catch it at the end, but I know I got your number and I'm going to be calling you a lickety split when I come off the air.
That's the miseducation. They don't want us to have this information. My number is 443-619-1665. 60-day course. Some people get it done in 30 to 45 days. It depends on how fast you learn and how fast you take on information. But the possibilities are out here. I mean, we should not think that money is an issue. The only issue that I see is uniting to get it done. Money is out here. They have trillions and trillions of dollars floating around. We decide we want to capture it. It's going to take a unit to do that because you can only get but so much by yourself. But if we could spread this across the country, then we'll help a lot of people. But before we go, I know we're running out of time. In chapter 4, I want to ask you a question. I'm gonna read something to you just to give you an idea of my teaching techniques and my coaching techniques. Here, and I know it's here in chapter 4. I don't know. Go to. Okay. I want to read you and ask you this question. It says, let's try to understand with a simple example. If two individuals are asked to rush down the same staircase, one is blindfolded and the other one, and he has earphones on his ears and he's playing loud music in his ears, right? In contrast, the other is allowed to go down the staircase freely without blindfold or headphones. Which person would have a better chance of making it down without stumbling and falling?
The person without the headphones and the person without the blindfold.
No. Because the person without the headphones, without the blindfolds, is going to be jumping down the steps, skipping steps, moving pretty fast. But the one with the blindfolds and the earphones is going to take his time and hold the rail and make sure he get down there real safe without falling. And that's what trading is. You have to be careful. You have to go easy. You got to go easy like you got blindfolds and earphones on. You have to take your time, and that's when you'll be successful. Well, let me ask you this: which one of them would get an insurance premium for a cheaper price? The one that's holding on to the rails and taking his time going down, or the one jumping down the steps, get ready to trip over his shoestrings and crack his skull?
Well, you know I'm not going to get too wrong.
No. I
So
just giving
the
you
guy
an
who get the
idea.
better premium is the one with the headphones and the blindfold, because he's much more cautious, or
I know.
she going down the stairs.
Exactly. So that's what trading is, man. We just have to be cautious. Know that we got blindfolds on. Know that we're being distracted by all this noise. And if we can be careful through all that, we can be successful. And this book will help you get there, bro.
Hey, man, I love that analogy you just gave in terms of, the reason why it's important to take the class and get the information so you can do it yourself. And that is to be able to use the guardrails, to put the safety things in place, and the measures to take your time, not rush to get quick, fast, and rich overnight, but you said it, you could risk a whole lot more, but you adverse that risk by taking your time and making sure that you stay at a real high level of just with your success rate. So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard why Coach TB, is so successful, because and not only did he capture it and utilize it for himself, but he put it in a book. Right. And so, and it's a very easy read. I mean, it's as simple as an elementary school student could read it and learn from it, broken down very simply. The text is very clear, very well laid out, man. I'm looking forward to digging deep into it, Coach TB. So again, Coach number is 443-619-1665. On Facebook, you can reach him at Braxton Tony. That's Braxton Tony, but that's Tony, and he is Tony Braxton's cousin, by the way. So just in case you were wondering, they're related. And you can see from his good looks that he's not only smart, but he got a nice smile. Okay, that's right. You got to be Black business in time, sharp brother. And also, just before you leave, give them your communication, your email, so if they want to reach you that way, and any other social media handles. And it's your last word as you go. Coach TB, man, it's been a pleasure. I'm so excited about the ecosystem you're building and what you're going to be doing with the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. We love to have you come back on for a continuation of your book review. Really excited and just really appreciative of you taking your time to share this with the people.
Well, Dr. Stanton, likewise, man. I'm really pleased to be on with you, and I'm open to whenever you need me to come on. I'm here for you, bro. I appreciate brothers like you, genuine brothers, and really trying to have an effect or having an impact on our community, man. And I'm with you. So if anybody want to get a hold of me, they can email me at tbdaytrading43@gmail.com. tbdaytrading43@gmail.com. Facebook is pretty good. You can get me there, Braxton Tony. On I think that's probably the only spot. Then I got a IG that's TB Holdings. That's another company, but I do a lot of my stuff on there. And if you want to find me on YouTube, we got a podcast. It's called Out and About Podcast. You go in there, pull it up. You'll see me and Marcus, one of my partners from Mavo Media Institute, nonprofit. We on there talking about business. And YouTube at Trader Life, you'll see some of my videos where I am actually recording when I'm making a trade, when I get in and when I get out, and you see the profit that I made on that particular trade. So I'm excited to teach folks about this, because the more you teach, the better you get. So I'm open, bro. And again, I thank the Black Business Network for having me and for inviting me on. I really appreciate what you guys doing, and in any way I can support, I will be supporting.
Hey, well, listen, thanks again for coming, Coach TB. He gave you all the information. I trust that you had your notebook out. I told you to get your pen. Make sure you share this across all your mediums, so that you know that your folks, if they making money, you making money, when you need an investment partner, you got somebody to go to. But if you keep all the money and all the ideas to yourself, when you need money, who you gonna go to? Somebody that's gonna charge you 3 times more than what you could have got the money for, right? So thanks again, Coach TB. We look forward to having you back. and genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Peace and blessings.
Peace and love. So listen, the Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school students, seniors going to college, K through 12 entrepreneurs, and this expo is a fundraiser for those students. So students may go to blackbusinessexpousa.com to fill out their application and to donate to the college fund, the scholarship fund, or use Cash App that's on the screen below, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online. As I mentioned before, and every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo sponsors, NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, and Black Business Expo USA. This is Darius A. Stanton, and remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGough and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks?
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Darius A. Stanton. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the world and the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our speaker today is Miss Kendall Lanice, affectionately known as the Remix Coach. She's a certified life coach, a transformational speaker, author, media, host, podcaster, and a writer with 20 years of experience in media and coaching. She empowers individuals and groups to rediscover themselves through self-awareness, self-love, and healing. Her signature mantra, "It's never too late to remix your life," underscores her belief that transformation is possible at any stage. A sought-after speaker, Kendall shares her candid life journey to inspire audiences, helping them heal and create healthier relationships through fresh perspectives and actionable strategies. Her expertise in remixing relationships has transformed countless lives. Kendall Lanice has interviewed some of the biggest names in Hollywood, politics, and business, contributing to platforms like TV One, OWN, and Fox Soul. Known for her compassionate and authentic approach, she brings joy, professionalism, and hope to every space she enters. She is also an educator, working with children daily, teaching more than curriculum. She teaches our youth how to love and respect themselves through self-love and kindness. I present to you Miss Kendall Lanice, the Remix Coach. Peace and love.
Hello, it's so nice to meet you, Darius. How are you? I'm not sure where he went, but I am Kendall Lanice, and I'm so honored to be here. I'm not sure where he went, but he's doing great work here. And I'm proud to have been asked to be a guest. This is phenomenal. As he said, I am Kendall Lanice, your fave life coach, the Remix Coach. And I'm just so happy to be a part of this channel, the Black Business Network, right? Just Black Business Network. When you think about Black businesses and you think about our history with Black businesses in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and then some, it's just, I'm happy to be a part. I think he's coming back.
I'm right here.
I'm not sure what happened, but I'm so glad to be here. You know, this is live, so I'm not sure what happened, but I'm just going to keep the party going and do it right on the fly. I have been a certified life coach for over 20 years, as well as a speaker, and being a part of, lost him again. Lost our host. Good thing I am a host though, but yes. So yeah, I have been doing this thing for quite some time. I think there he is. He's coming.
Can you see me now?
Back. Be here. I also have a new children's book coming out, and hopefully we'll talk about that, as well as my social media platforms and my YouTube channel, because it's about education, elevation, and entertainment. So I'm excited to bring quality content, as this channel is doing as well, Black Business Network. So I was honored to be a part of this. So I'm trying to keep the party going, Darius.
Are you seeing me now?
I see him back.
Okay, so I'm so glad that you were able to join us, and I'm actually glad that you're a host itself, because that allows you to take it on and roll with it, because it's live. So, you know, when you're doing live TV, live streaming, you know, you get live things that happen. So, you know, welcome aboard, Kendall Lanice. Thank you so much. The Remix Coach. And look, look, you remixed me, so that's how tough it was, right?
Yeah.
So now that we've been able to learn a little bit about Kendall Lanice.
Yes, and it's pronounced Kendall. Yep.
Kendall. Okay, Kendall.
The Remix Coach. I'm so excited. I had your back though.
Did I get that right, Kendall?
Yes.
Okay. So
perfect.
Good. So in between, for some reason, it seemed like it's a tad bit delay. So to make sure we don't run over, just before you speak, when I ask you a question, just wait about 2 seconds and then come in. All right, it should be fine like that. So, you said you work with children every day. You've been coaching for 20 years, but you work with children and you inspire them every day. And so, like I always tell people, make sure you get your pen and your paper out so that you can write and capture whatever it is that you need to know, because the people that we bring on the Black Business Network are here because they are educators, coaches, speakers, trainers, business executives, owners, entrepreneurs, and they have a lot of information to share. And you need to be able to write that down. So get your pen and your paper and get ready to hear from the Remix Coach. So where did the name Remix Coach come from? Tell me about that.
Okay, so many years ago, if you follow me 15 or more years ago, I was Lady Motivator because I would go around speaking and I would be Lady Motivator. My saying was always, it's never too late to remix your life at any stage, age, or phase. So then it was like, okay, that's the remix coach, right? Because I'm teaching people how to remix their lives, whether it's in career, business, love life, family, yourself, by healing and remixing things and doing things differently. So it just became the Remix Coach. And I have remixed my life a million times over. And when I say it's never too late to remix your life, sometimes it is a matter of life and death. You have to do things differently. We know it's insanity to keep doing the same thing the same way over and over again, expecting different results. So remixing your life is doing things differently, coming up with different strategies and doing things differently. So that's where it came from. And I had to remix my life first, and then I help others to do the same.
So tell us about, your remixing your life. Tell us, what does that mean? How did you remix your life?
I've remixed my life. I've gone just in different ways as far as education, going back to school as an adult, getting 2 degrees, after, marriage and divorce, remixing things, doing things differently, starting to heal. And family, I've helped remix my family life with my extended family as well as my immediate family. It's just coming in and shaking up things and doing things. If they're not working, family, okay, how can we make this work? If it's not working in career, changing careers, going out on a limb to be self-employed. If it's no longer working, sitting at a desk at a cubicle in corporate America, that's not working. So how can I remix my life to do things differently? So it's been remixed in family, it's been remixed in career and love. Like, okay, how can we pursue healthy love? How can we make sure whatever was happening before, what can we do to be responsible for ourselves to do things differently? So that's what it is, because sometimes if you don't remix your life, it's suffocating. In all areas, right? If you keep beating your head up against the wall, like, hey, I want something different, but what are you doing to get something different? So it's just really just doing things different, going back to the drawing board and say, okay, how can we remix this and make it better? What lessons can we take and apply them to our lives in all the areas? Yeah.
So thank you for that. So since you coach in a lot of different arenas, so you're a relationship coach, a business coach, a life coach. So we're gonna go through the various spaces of coaching and really tease out some of the things that you share with folks in those spaces. And so if this is their opportunity, we definitely want you to, in the comments, put some things in there, some questions that you might have that you want answered. And, we might be able to get those from folks. And also, we also want to know just, some of the unique things and strategies that you use that set you apart from other coaches. But let's start where I think it's most important. And that is, as a life coach, what do you, impress upon or stress, if we were having our first coaching session, what would you talk to me about in our first coaching session as a life coach?
First, I would find out what you're here for. Like, what area in life are you trying to remix? Is it about business? Is it about career? Like, what are you doing? So that would be the first thing that I would ask you. And then I would have you feel some things about yourself, just to get to know you in a different way, or just to get to know you at all, because remember, we don't know each other. So that would be the first thing I would do. And then once I did that, I would just sit and have a conversation with you. So you know how some people, when you first come, they're saying, well, let's have a consultation, right? Mine is let's have a conversation. So even when I interview anybody, or if I'm coaching anybody, I like to sit and have a conversation and ask some questions and allow them to tell me who they are. And as I begin to look at the paperwork and say, okay, so let's see. And then we just go through and I ask, what are some of your goals? What do you want to achieve? Why did you come to a life coach? And we would just have a conversation at first. So that's the first discovery call or meeting is.
Got it. Okay. So
yeah,
let's talk about the relationship, because I think once you work on yourself,
okay,
is so critical. The next thing you want to work on, you mentioned family, you mentioned extended family, but the next thing you want to work on is relationships, because solid relationships, healthy relationships help to build healthy families, and healthy families build healthy communities, which build healthy cities, states, nations, and a healthy world. So, in the relationship space, what are some of the things that you focus on to really help people develop healthy relationships?
Woo, child. I focus on them healing and them making sure they're taking their healing seriously, because so many people want to be in a relationship. So many people just want to be. They don't care if it's healthy. They don't care if it's messy. They just want to be in a relationship. So the first thing I say is, okay, let's focus on you. I understand you're here because you can't find love, or you want to find love. But the first thing that I'm going to tell anybody is let's focus on you and go through some of the things that they may need to heal from or grow from or to learn. So the first thing I'm going to do is tell me about your relationship history, right? Tell me what your relationships look like. Paint a picture. And I asked them, well, why do you think that some of the relationships didn't work out? So once they tell me, well, I don't know, it was just them, or something is happening, then I'm looking like, okay, it's not just them. So that might be part of the problem, because the relationship, even though you don't give 50-50, it is 50-50 responsible, unless there's abuse or something else that's happening.
So that two-way street. So a big part of the relationship is
so that's the first thing I would do.
Okay. And then the other component you mentioned was just self-awareness, and having them understand like what's going on with me, and be able to examine themselves so that they can start working on self.
Be able to
Okay. So let me ask you this. As you
something's going on with his with the Wi-Fi, and with Wi-Fi we can never tell. When we're live, we don't know what's going to happen, and so we're going to definitely get that.
Yes. So we're gonna. But are you hearing me now?
The first thing to do when you are looking
Did you know that approximately
to find or remix the way that you're dating first, because you're the other part of that ship looked like
from 2021?
I would ask,
you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time, because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
There she is, the coach of the hour.
We're back like we never left.
That's right, the remix coach. And you know what I love about it? Because you are a coach yourself and a media personality, you was just rolling with the flow, you know, and that's what we got to learn how to do with everything that's going on right now. You got to just go with the flow, you know?
Yes. Yeah.
So thank you for coming back.
Yes. And that's what we community. We got to help each other. Yes.
Without question.
Thank you for having me.
So what we're going to do is after the question, just, you know, give it a second or so, maybe through 2 seconds to 3 seconds. And then that way, you know, the delay will catch up and we'll be fine. And nobody will even know because we, you know, like we said, we're going with the flow. All right. So here we go. We were in the midst of talking about the relationship coach and how important it is in the relationship and working to be able to deal with self. And so as you deal
Can
with
you hear me?
people,
Can you see me?
I can hear you and see you. I can definitely hear you and see you. And so I'm going to Kendall. There you go.
Their Wi-Fi keep going out.
Yeah, I think so. It's pretty solid straight here. I think
All right, I'm not sure what's going on with the Wi-Fi. My earrings falling out, but we're gonna go ahead and keep this thing going.
that's right. We're gonna work it out. We're gonna show you what it looks
That's
like.
all right. That means I'll be back.
There, you no doubt. So relationships. Let's talk about that. And the cornerstones and the things you really work on when you do relationship coaching.
Mm-hmm.
The principles of relationship coaching.
Yes. What you want to talk about? That's I love it.
So relationship coaching.
What are the principles of a relationship coach?
There you go.
All right. So I remix relationships, of course, as a remix coach. I remix relationships, promoting healthy relationships and doing things differently. Unfortunately, a lot of people have not seen healthy relationships, so they don't know how to mirror it. And the childhood wounds show up in the relationship, right? Because they don't, if you've seen unhealthy relationships your whole life, whether it's your family members, whether it's people on TV, whether it's your friends' parents, you don't know what healthy and unhealthy is. So when you get into a relationship, you don't know. And unhealthy doesn't mean abuse or something like that. It could be no communication, going to bed when you're mad, no, the other person doesn't know about what's going on financially. It could be anything, right? People think, well, I never argued in a relationship. That means it's unhealthy. That means that somebody is not communicating and someone is just going to take out the garbage instead of addressing the issue. So I promote healthy relationships and doing things differently. So whether it's from my education or my experience, I bring them both to help the Black community. I'm tired of these relationships, and I'm going to be raggedy, and some of these relationships are because people just don't have the tools to be able to have healthy relationships. Now, we got some people who've been married 20, 30 to function in the dysfunction. So my goal is to really help people even before they get into a relationship, how to help themselves heal, right? And some of the things that need to come up. So when they get into a relationship, they're able to be a healthy mate, and stop pointing fingers. It's always somebody else. But if you're the same person in relationships and they don't seem to work out, eventually you have to look at yourself. And the only person you're responsible for is you. So being able to work through that and to be able to have someone that's willing to do that. So that's whether you're dating, looking for love, if you're engaged, or if you're married. It could even, someone says right now, I have a healthy marriage. My marriage is great. It can always be excellent. It always can be better. And when we talk about Black excellence, it's not just in business, it's how we live our lives as well. And relationships are the connecting factor to everything.
Right. And so the success, even in business, is making sure you have a successful home life so that you got a support system and a foundation in order to work and be at peace at business, correct?
Exactly. Because if your household is in disarray, then you're bringing that same energy into your business and you're not going to be able to focus on that. And nobody wants to leave home or come home with a whole lot of, strife and pain. So once you get that relationship straight, every other relationship in your life will flourish, because the one thing that we have in common, no matter what part of the country we're from, whether we're out of the country, how old we are. It could be from 5 years old to 105 years old. Everybody wants love. Everybody wants someone to experience life with to some capacity. But if you're running folks away because you don't know how to function in an adult capacity, then that's what's going to happen, because most adults are not healed adults. Most adults are walking around in adult bodies, but dealing with childhood trauma, and they bring that into every aspect of their lives, especially relationships. Relationships often they are a mirror to what's really going on with us.
So let's shift gears a bit and talk now about, thank you for answering, about the principles of business coaching. So when you're looking at businesses, what are some of the things that you focus on with your business coaching clients?
Just at making sure people do their research, because I'm a coach. So I'm going to help you go through, but I'm not going to do your work for you. I believe that when I'm coaching, I'm guiding, just like a basketball coach is not going to get out on the field and actually, to hit up a three-point shot, or they're not going to be defensive on the floor. The coach is on the sideline saying, hey, these are the plays, but you have to ultimately execute them yourself. So that's the same with business. I would have one of my clients research the business they want to get in. I would have them show me 3 successful businesses. I will have them show me the businesses that have failed. I would ask why they failed, and I would have them do the research in the business that they're in. And then once they do the research, then we have a conversation and to talk about that. And then I help people start their businesses. I help people actually run their businesses and social media marketing and different things like that. So it's a lot of different things that someone can come to me for business and get that coaching.
Excellent. Well, it's good to know that, you're going to get in there with them and not just leave them. A lot of people, they get what they call coaches, and they do accountability coaching. So they share something and then they tell them about it and expect them to come back and do the work. But in your case, you actually get your hands dirty and work with the client to help them achieve those goals and work side by side and more integrated in your coaching. Would you say that's a little more unique in your approach?
Yes, absolutely. Because anybody can start a business. Anybody can say, I'm a business, and get an LLC, get that business registered. But how knowledgeable are you about the business that you want to enter? And now it's so easy. We can go online and create a business, and it could be a business. But I want to see these Black businesses be successful. I want to see them thrive. And business is not easy, right? Especially starting your own business, but we are capable and it is doable. But I want people to have the knowledge, and I want to be that accountability partner. Like, hey, you said you want to start a business, but it's been 6 months. What have you done to do that? So I'm going to hold them accountable. I'm going to walk them through what it takes to start a business, what it takes to succeed in a business. And it's important that people, again, research the business that they want to enter, because businesses fail all the time. So what is the secret sauce? What are the successful businesses doing to stay afloat? And what are some of those businesses doing that tank? Like, how much are you willing to put into your business? And if you think you're going to get a turnaround, that's amazing in a week, a month, or maybe even a year, then you may not have the heart for the business you want to enter. So like with anything, it's all about getting the knowledge and holding yourself accountable and doing the work. And as a coach, I can't do the work for you.
Excellent. So let's talk a little bit about, because in addition to coaching, you also speak and you're in media as well. So you're in a few different platforms. You wear a lot of hats. The remix, do you DJ as well?
I did before. I'm retired.
I know that's right. Well,
I'm
we might have to
retired.
bring you out. We might have to bring you out on retirement so you can be the Black Business Network's remix
That's
DJ.
funny.
You know what I mean? As we go from one guest
That's
to the
funny.
next, you can kind of remix us up and get us going on. Tell me about your media experience and some of the things you do in terms of media, the podcast, and some of the things exciting, and how does that help your business in terms of coaching by being involved in media?
That's good. That's a good question. Well, I am a woman of a certain age. I'm in my 50s, and in the 80s, I started in media.
You look stunning
Journalism was
for a woman.
always. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So I've been doing this thing a long time, and when I was in high school, and even my first year in college, in high school, I was one of the only Black girls, because I wasn't a woman yet, girls, and it was another Black guy. And ironically, at a sister school, it was the guy, Mushan Lee, and he was at our sister school, and he was the only Black person. He went on to do the Cosby Show. He was on the movie Lean on Me, and so on, commercials. But this is the thing. You guys, I don't know, you have to be a certain age, but if you remember the Jerry Lewis telethons, do you remember those?
Sure.
Back in the day?
Yes.
I was working the camera as a teenager. I was working a camera as a teenager, shooting those. So where everybody saw the telethon, I was one of the teenagers working the camera, doing that. So this is something that I have loved, being, in front of the camera and behind the camera. So this is like breathing to me. I love it. And when it comes to media and hosting, and like I said, with my interviews, I have no matter what walk of life they're from, I like to have conversation. He doesn't want who just who is a teacher, if you're someone who has nothing behind your name other than a wonderful human being. I treat all interviews the same, and I have conversations with people because that pulls my heartstring to know someone's story and to have conversations with them. So I'm grateful that I have been in this business for a long time, podcasting, online radio, different things like that in front of the camera, TV One. I'm an expert commentator on shows like Fatal Attraction. So in that media space, getting news out there or getting entertainment out there, or most importantly, sitting down, talking to amazing people, that pulls my heartstring. And it doesn't matter to me what you do or who you are, but just having that connection with people. So that helps in coaching and everything, even though I do a lot of things and wear a lot of hats, and to on the fly, and to be able to have the skills to do that and to just talk to people. Nowadays we don't even have the ability to talk to people. Everything is on social media. Everything is social media or texting. So just being able to talk to people, and everything that I do, although it may seem different, it all ties together, and it's a part of who I am and who I've always been.
I love it. Well, listen, we're definitely going to have the Remix Coach remix and come back on our Black Business Networks, Black Business Olympics. Make sure you tell people how they can reach you and find you on your various social media platforms. And as you leave, just tell people why it is that they need to get a coach. So tell me how
Absolutely.
people.
I don't know.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Tell me how people can reach you.
You can reach me at kendellenice.com. My name is right there, KENDELLENICE. And also on social media and Instagram at Kendellenice, as well as please follow my YouTube channel. It's all about education, elevation, and entertainment. You'll see a little bit of everything. Like this Black Business Network, it's running all the time, and they're producing amazing content. And that's what I like to do on my YouTube channel. Even at this big age, I still have dreams. I still have not accomplished all of them. So I'm excited about that. And when I say it's never too late to remix your life at any stage, age, or phase, I'm still striving for my dreams. I still got them. And some people like, oh, in your 50s, you should be coasting. Nope. And that's what I encourage other people to do. If it's something that you want to do it, definitely do it. But if you want to book a free life coaching conversation, you can go to my website, KendellAnise.com, and I'm available for hosting, for appearances, for television. I just want to be able to be a good example for women aging fearlessly, Black women still going for, their dreams and their goals and desires. And if I can use my life as I often do to encourage and inspire someone else, then I'll do it every single time. So I just appreciate this opportunity to be a part of Black Business Network.
Well, thank you so much for coming. Kendall Anise, we appreciate you, the Remix Coach. We look forward to having you back, or I should say forward, on the Black Business Network. And remember this, genius is common, and we will see you on the other side. All right, that was Kendall Lanise, and we thank her so much for coming. We apologize for the technical difficulties that we were having, but it is live and things happen. But you see how we flowed and worked through it. So listen, I want to promote the scholarship. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to Black Business Expo USA.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen. BBX USA. That's $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors, NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Super Women Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, and Black Business Expo USA. This is Darius A. Stanton, and remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children, with caring mentors and hands-on activities, with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle, with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Yay, we're live right here. The Black Business Network. Good day. And I am so thankful for being here. The Black Business Network is owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Darius A. Stanton. I'm your business moderator for the session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business and business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Tanya Lawrence. Miss Lawrence, is affectionately known as the blockchain queen. That's right. We have her right here on the Black Business Network. She's a powerhouse in cryptocurrency, education, and empowerment with a gift of making complex blockchain concepts simple. Tanya has helped thousands take control of their financial futures, whether through her Bitcoin Basics course, Crypto Budget Planner, her popular Tuesdays with Tanya sessions. She's on a mission to demystify crypto and equip others for success in the Web3 area. With deep roots in the Steel City and vision for the future, Tanya isn't just teaching blockchain, she's leading a financial revolution. I present to you Tanya Lawrence. Peace and love.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Oh, it is our pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for being a part of our fireside chat and, to have the blockchain queen. I mean, right here on the Black Business.
We lost you for a second there, Mr. Stanton. All right. Well, while we're waiting for him to come back, I will introduce myself briefly. And then when he comes back on, I am sure he will ask again. But I am Tanya Lawrence, the blockchain queen. I am in Columbia, Maryland. Love teaching people about cryptocurrency, blockchain technology, and making it easy to understand. And more importantly, easy to be able to purchase the cryptocurrency that you need or start portfolios and, more importantly, start businesses. So it's my passion. I am looking forward to this session where I get to share more information. I am sure Mr. Stanton has some phenomenal questions up his sleeve, so I don't want to steal his thunder as we wait for him to return. But yes, crypto is my passion. My background, real quick, is as an investment banker. I facilitated financing for businesses who needed anywhere from $1 million to $200 million in financing for a living. And it looks like he's back. All right.
Hey, keep it going. You were telling us about for a living and your background.
Yes. So I'll let you go with your questions. I was just filling the air, filling the space.
Well, you fill the space very gracefully. And as a matter of fact, people need to join in tomorrow because you have a phenomenal lineup for us tomorrow. And so, when you catch it tonight, you'll be able to replay it, share it with all your friends. Make sure you get your notes and your pens and your paper out so that you can take as much information from the blockchain queen because people pay her to coach them and help them make money and introduce them to this network. So we're of blockchain. So we're really excited about having you and with this fireside chat. And thank you so much for being a part of the Black Business Olympics.
I'm elated to be here.
So we're going to get into the questions. And, the exciting thing is we have close to 15. So we're going to do a rapid fire, right?
Okay.
They call it a fireside chat because you sit next to the fire in theory and you chat. But in this case, we have so much information to cover. And this is only going to be the first time. We expect you to be back on the blockchain, on the Black Business Network again real soon. But we want to make sure that people understand and demystify, the things that they're hearing about. And now I saw on one of your posts, and doing some of my research, they have ATM machines that are funded and solely blockchain. If you don't have cryptocurrency or some other form of crypto, you can't even access the resources. And that's where the world is going. Tell us about, just the shift from, your traditional going to the bank to an ATM and now to an ATM that is actually blockchain based.
Yeah, so there are at every single Costco that you go to across the country, ATM machines where you can withdraw your Bitcoin. That is a massive shift when you're talking about the development of this technology and the development of this currency, to have a behemoth like Costco picking up the charge and saying, we're running with it. And when you make that crypto, you want to spend it with us, we're going to make it easy for you to do so. There are other exciting ATM like machines where they will cash out a plethora of different cryptocurrencies. So not just Bitcoin, but several other cryptocurrencies. And they all look like regular ATM machines. You may walk right past them and not realize that it's a cryptocurrency ATM machine. But at Royal Farms, which is local to us, we're both in Maryland, at the different Royal Farms gas stations, they have the sexiest crypto ATM machines I've ever seen. They like sit down on the ground. They're really sleek and silver. So this technology is advancing and they're making it look cute. It's all about making it look cute.
I know that's right. That's why they call her the blockchain queen. So blockchain queen, what inspired you to dive into the world of blockchain and cryptocurrency?
Well, it was not an immediate thing. I shared with our guests that I am a retired investment banker. My husband and I owned our own investment banking firm for over 17 years. He owned it for 24 years. I was there for 17 years, facilitating financing for businesses. And one of our clients came to us back in 2010, a long time ago now, 15 years ago. He came to us and was talking about the financing that he needed for his project. And we talked for a few days because our job as the investment bankers facilitating the financing was to know that business in and out, to be able to do an analysis and determine that there was at least an 85% chance that it would be able to get funded going forward before the client hired us. So we had several meetings with this gentleman and connected with him. And I was like, man, he's brilliant. He was talking about telecommunications and things that I had not known about the industry. And so I just loved everything that he was talking about after several meetings. And then it came time for brass tacks. It was like, okay, if you want to hire us, you got to pay our retainer. And our retainer for his project was $25,000. And he said he wasn't liquid because he needed to have some cash available in case he needed to put equity in at loan closing. But that $25,000, he said, can I pay you in Bitcoin? This is 2010. We were like, what? We had never heard of it, didn't know what it was. And he started explaining that it was a digital currency. Now, when he was talking about his business and telecommunications and giving us all this information, we were like, not only do we want to find you the money that you need for your business, but we want equity in your company. We believe in you that much. When he started talking about paying me in digital money, I was like, I don't know about this guy. The tables completely turned, right? I was like, you have to do some research. I don't know. All before that, he was the expert in the room. After that, I was like, I need to validate what you're saying. And so I reached out to our law firm, and they represented banks across the country. They represented large banks. And if I needed to speak with the president of a bank, I could pick up the phone, call them. They would make the connection, and we would be able to do very large deals together. and it worked for everybody. So I figured this is great. I'll reach out to our attorney. He'll reach out to some bank CEOs and get me some feedback on this digital currency that I hadn't heard of and he hadn't heard of it. And so he took about 2 days and called me back and he said, stay away from it. It's illegal. That was in 2010. Now, when he would have paid us $25,000 in Bitcoin for this retainer, Bitcoin at that time was only 10 cents a coin. Anyone who's listening and understands their stomach is turning right now, because even today, at its height, it was at $108,000 a coin. Right now, today, I think it's about $85,000 a coin. We were going to get over 250,000 of those coins because they were 10 cents a coin, right? And so that conversation with our attorney, you're doing the math, right? That conversation with our attorney cost us legacy money. Billions of dollars was lost because of misinformation. And still to this day, we don't know if he got it wrong, the bank CEOs that he spoke with got it wrong, if they saw the competition in the marketplace and they were like, oh no, we don't want not one of our big clients, an investment banking firm, starting to accept crypto, you mess up our cash flow, right? And so I am very adamant about educating people so that they don't have their own legacies messed up. And Marcus, I see said fear. Yes, fear, right? We don't want other people's legacies to be messed up because of misinformation.
Yeah, speaking of Marcus, we're talking on a regular basis. We've been friends for over 25 years, and he's been spending time now outside of his wine business. We're talking Marcus Johnson outside of his wine business, outside of his law, supporting clients and coaching as a professor. And really, he took a year to just dig into finance in the midst of all of that, relationships, friends, to put it on the side to focus on it. And to hear that story that, you could have had, $25,000 of Bitcoin in 2010.
250,000.
250. Oh my God. So, at this point, like you said, billionaire status. The great thing about it though is, my father told me this a long time ago, and he had it maybe in some micro spaces, but I applied it across the board in everything in my life. And that is, if it's for you, you'll get it. And when it's for you. And right now that time is yours, because had you have gotten that, you might have went back and taught people.
Probably not.
But probably not.
Not
right?
from my yacht. Not from my yacht. I would have been busy, right? The cell phone signal, internet signal. I don't know.
So, we were fortunate enough to meet you and your husband a few years ago. And we were, talking about business and the business you all were in, and had a really nice dinner, but that dinner probably would have been on your yacht then, because that was 4 or 5 years ago. You talking 2010. So, the fact that you're now investing in people. And so I really want people to understand that now is the time. You see the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I mean, we've had stars all week long. We have another star here in the blockchain queen. You understand why I say that? And so I really want people to understand why now is the time for you to invest in yourself, in your family, and in your community. We call it, in the leadership system that we've developed at the Stanton Group, the win, win, win. So let's get back to our winning questions with the blockchain queen. So how is your I will jump to this one. What challenges did you face early on in your crypto journey, and how have you overcome them?
Accessing information, because there wasn't a lot. There was barely any social media at the time. And then being able to get the information you needed to learn more about digital currency. It wasn't fun little short 8-second clips on YouTube. It was reading long, arduous white papers. But luckily for me, that's what we did for a living, reading government regulations and deciphering them to help our clients get access to funding. And so that part was like, oh man, I thought I was retired, right? I retired from investment banking, was in a chillax mode, and went right back to reading long documents and trying to decipher the information because it wasn't written. They're not written for the layman. They are written by tech people for tech people.
Well, now you've created a whole dynamic because you do your Tuesday show. Tell us about what that is and how now you've been able to put cryptocurrency in those white papers into layman's language. How did you make that transition? And tell us about your Tuesday night show.
Yeah, so it's pretty much a transition progression from what I did for investment banking, helping clients understand the money that was out there. Many of the clients that we had were seasoned businesses that had been around for generations, the company had been passed down from generation to generation, and they were looking forward to transitioning and passing the company on to the next generation or creating ESOPs. They were thinking 20, 30 years in advance for their companies. And so I get to take my 17 years of investment banking experience, the way I handle that, the way I communicated with my clients, to make things that were esoteric, just everyday common knowledge. And my goal for all of my students, once they take my class, they join my free community. And then when they say, okay, I took the class, I've completed class, I am ready to go, I want to learn more, that's when they come and get that continuing education every Tuesday on Tuesdays with Tanya. And I provide insights every week. It's a new topic that they get to learn something that's pertinent towards their current portfolio or the future of where their money is going to be. And so last night, for instance, we talked about taxes and how to report cryptocurrencies on taxes and what to do about that based on the current regulations for the federal government. We've heard there are going to be some changes, so we'll see what those changes are and what that will be like. But again, that will be a topic for another Tuesdays with Tanya when that information comes down the pike, making sure that people are able to walk away every single week with actionable steps and things that they can do to improve their family's wealth one penny at a time. One coin at a time.
So what would you tell people that, thank you for that, answering that question. So what would you tell people that were hesitant or seemed to be afraid? They may have just joined because if they heard the story at the top of the hour, that you shared in terms of your experience and how you left money on the house, I won't say on the table, that was money, so much money that fill up a house or a few homes. But what would you tell people who, were a little skeptical about jumping in?
I tell them it's okay. And it's the reason why I'm here, because I was just like them. I had information that told me to stay away. And it took 6 years for me to get back into the cryptocurrency space. When a good friend, we were working on deals, working on a lot of renewable energy deals. And a friend asked, hey, have you heard of blockchain technology? And I said, no, tell me more, because I'm thinking it has something to do with solar panels. So I'm like, I got to go research this and make sure my clients have access to it. And when we discussed it more, they said, oh, it's the Web 3.0. It's the next version of the internet. And the very first app that they have on it is called Bitcoin. And my alerts went up and I was like, no. Heard about that. It's illegal. You got to stay away from it. And they said, no. Trust me, go research blockchain technology. And so I said, okay, I'll go look into it, and absolutely fell in love with the technology.
Wow. And I love how you use those transferable skills, and anybody else who's been in the service business can also turn around and do that as well, because that's basically what you're doing. You're created you took everything that you had from that space and what you could bring and transfer over, you did. And then you added the rest by just doing your own homework and research and learning to take it to the next level. I love that. Can you share what advice you would have for people who are looking to build generational wealth through blockchain technology?
Very first thing, get educated. There are, just like anything in life, there are a lot of bad actors and people who prey on people who don't have information. And the beauty of what I put together with Blockchain Queen LLC is a platform that provides all the education that's needed from soup to nuts, what it is, how it works, how to secure your security measures and protocols that you should have, and then how to secure your family's legacy. So everything that's needed, soup to nuts, get educated. Education is the very most important thing that you can do when it comes to getting into blockchain technology. And the other thing, or cryptocurrency, the other thing that you get as a benefit is the basis of the bargain for getting my, what is it, 8 years of scrapes on my knees, elbows bruised, coins lost. Oops, can't believe I did that. I give my students all of that information in bite-sized pieces to help them avoid those things.
I love how you talk about making it simple and then breaking it down for folks. You know, because it seems like, oh, where do I start? Where do I go from? But you're like, hey, join me on Tuesday nights. Go through that process, become a part of those communities. What platforms are you on, real quick, so we can make sure that people tune in and go back and watch some of your other shows?
Yeah, so on all social media, I am at the Blockchain Queen, THE Blockchain Queen, except for YouTube. YouTube, it's just Blockchain Queen.
Got it. Okay. So now we're going back to our fireside questions. Share a success story from someone who's benefited from your programs, please.
Oh, that is an easy one because it is front and center in my life every day. My husband, who is a cigar smoker, hangs out at the cigar lounges all over Maryland, was in the cigar lounge one time and talking to the gentleman there. I also have a course. I have a full-fledged online course. It's self-paced. People go in, learn at their own pace. And at the end, they are able to set up a cryptocurrency wallet. They're able to start building a portfolio and watching their money work for them. So it's a full course. And so with that course, and right now I still offer a free consultation with that course. As time goes on, we have so many students coming in. I'm starting to dial that back and everything's automated. So catch me right now and you can get me one-on-one for free with my course. But he was at the cigar lounge talking to the guys and he was saying, you know, guys, we blow $100 a night on cigars, drinks, we order food. My wife's course, cryptocurrency course, can help make you a multimillionaire and it's only $70. Like, stop messing around, just buy the course and connect with my wife. And one of the guys was like, I'll do it. You know, just kind of like, I'm going to do it just because. He took the course, had his one-on-one consultation, started as a complete skeptic in the space when it comes to digital currency, what it was, what it meant. After completing the course, we had the one-on-one consultation. He joined the Inner Circle, which is the community I have. It's a subscription-based community. It's only $7 a month, but it's the best $7 you'll ever spend in your life because of the information I provide, the live information I provide every week on Tuesdays.
What's it called? The Inner Circle?
Yes. And so he joined that. He is there every single Tuesday. He has joined every one of my educational consulting offerings. He's bought all of my courses, any of my supplements, my book. He's got all of it. And now he is a brand ambassador for the company. He is not just a brand ambassador for the company. He went and started to really build his own legacy. He is a developer. One of the developments that he is working on, the homes will be sold and people will be able to pay with cryptocurrency. The deeds for the properties will be on the blockchain. Phenomenal. Like, just so excited about that concept.
Wow.
And he's also started his own cryptocurrency. And the whole mission behind that cryptocurrency is helping little league youth football teams get organized, have all of their equipment, sign up process, everything on the blockchain so that these youth organizations have a support system and a backbone and a way to raise money all in one place with their own digital currency. So that is like the ultimate success story for me. I am so proud of him. And it's someone, he is a self-proclaimed crypto nerd. And I'm like, I'm right with you. Don't worry about it. But he started out as a complete skeptic and just decided to take a chance.
That is a phenomenal story. Hats off to you and your husband for encouraging, the guys at the cigar bar where everybody's, toting their cigars and talking about how we're just throwing money out the window, if in a sense, I mean, it's your enjoyment, but how we could be investing. And when people think about the money they spend on, whether it's pocketbooks or shoes or alcohol or hair or whatever they spending money on, cut that in half and spend half of that investing in your generational future. It just makes, all the sense in the world. So I love that story. And then the fact that he found a way to leverage, his success, and he's leading. He's now leading in the industry because he's created a scenario where people are going to be able to put their leases in blockchain, their mortgage in blockchain. So the deed, they'll have to go, understand and research it there to be able to pay your mortgage in blockchain. So he's really leading the industry, and he's taking his industry to a whole nother level. So you're kind of like the grandmother. Not that you got the grandma look, but maybe the Mimi of blockchain technology. A lot of people don't like the grandma name, but yeah, the Mimi of blockchain technology in the development space. That's an incredible story. So what are some of the key financial habits that crypto investors should develop?
First, patience. Second, never invest more than you can afford to lose. And so you talking about, taking half of the money that you were going to blow and putting that into investment, that's enough. Don't go taking your car payment money, your mortgage money, your kids' tuition money to throw it into a cryptocurrency because people are talking about it and hyping it up on social media or the news. Most times when social media and the news are hyping something up, there's always a strategy behind it. That's how Wall Street wins. That's how institutional investors win. So I talk to people and educate them on how to get rich slow. We're not doing the overnight success, get rich quick. You make it fast, you lose it fast, right? I want that slow burn. I want that money to start working for you and be there for generations to come. And so understanding that you don't invest, you're patient, you don't invest more than you can afford to lose, and then practicing some common practices that even, people in the stock market exercise or people's jobs exercise is dollar cost averaging. Decide this is how much I'm going to invest every week, whether it's $50. My youngest son, he's in college right now at Xavier University. Go XU.
Congratulations.
Yeah. And so he, whenever he comes home for work or works his little job, gets extra money, he takes 5% of all of the money that he gets and puts it right into cryptocurrency and stocks. So having that type of mindset and principle, money that you just go ahead and put it aside, is going to make so much sense in the future when you watch that money working for you instead of wondering what the heck happened in 2025 with all that money you had.
Wow. So congratulations in creating that dynamic within your family. Yeah. A lot of people don't understand making that connection. They don't have the information themselves. Now, based on you and your family, your husband being in the finance industry, and it's a little different, but the fact still remains: if you teach your children to invest versus save, it just changes the dynamic of their future, right? And so I love the fact that you've been able to do that. So thanks for answering, and I'm going to keep on rolling with the questions. So what industries do you think blockchain will disrupt in the next, the most in the next 5 to 10 years?
Drum roll, please.
Bam.
Everything. It's all gotta go. It's all gotta go. The blockchain is literally Web 3.0. Now, I'm 27. I don't know about you. I'm the 27-year-old grandmom, since you call me the grandmom of crypto. I'm 27. I don't know where all of you were in 1997, 1998, but just think back for a second. 1997, 1998, where were you? Around that time, I had just got my first, or no, I didn't even get the disc yet. My cousin's father told me that you could go and get computers at some company in Philadelphia for $500. I got on the road that day. I was so excited. Drove to Philadelphia, and I was excited about the computer. I was more excited about going across the street to IKEA and buying some furniture and the cute stuff that I was going to put on my desk. It's a girl thing, right?
Right.
So went out there, got that. Yeah. And with the computer, I don't remember the brand it was, but with that computer inside the box, it came with an AOL disk. And then you had to go and find somebody else who had an AOL disk that uploaded it into their computer so you could email each other. That is where we are. We are in that era of Web 3.0. That was Web 2, or that was the beginning of the web. This is Web 3.0. Web 2.0 is when we started being able to communicate via video and share information on the internet. That was the advancement, Web 2.0. This is Web 3.0. So if you missed the opportunity to create wealth for your family, you missed the tech bubble when all these young people became multimillionaires, creating different technologies and different things that the internet could be used for. Now's the time to say, I'm not going to miss it again. I'm going to first learn blockchain technology and cryptocurrency from someone who's going to make it easy. You may decide, like one of my students, to go on and become blockchain certified, and then figure out a way how to make it real and tangible. The state of California did something. They're always ahead of us, right? But the state of California recently did something earth-shattering. They took all of the titles for all of the cars in the state of California and put them on the blockchain. And now, when you go to the DMV, or you don't even have to go, you can go and open an app and change titles for a vehicle from one person to another on the app, and you get the title immediately because it's on the blockchain, instead of waiting weeks for it to come in the mail. Now, we've all have experienced, selling a car, giving a car to a child or to a family member, or heaven forbid, something happens with a flood, a fire, anything in a home, tornado, anything. When you lose those documents, it is torture. Imagine all of your information being on the blockchain, your birth certificate, your medical records, your deed to your mortgage, the title to your car, everything on the blockchain in one place. It's irrefutable. So no one can come along, no entity, no large group of investors come along and say, you don't have proof that you own this piece of land. We're going to go ahead and take it off your hands.
So, one of the things that you're touching on that I want to now shift real quickly to is just the fact that you mentioned putting all those documents and help me, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's almost like for people to be able to understand, it's like a Google Drive, but just on steroids, where your information is able to be placed in this space that is also protected, correct?
Absolutely correct.
So talk to us about the protections around blockchain that's also unique compared to other people being able to hack into this, hack into that. They created blockchain, so it's one of the most safest places to secure information and documents, correct?
Yes, the blockchain is impenetrable, it's irrefutable, it's backed by math and cryptography. It is where the world is going, and it's not something that you should be afraid of. We all have this thing here, the cell phone. I know how to take a picture on it. I know how to get on social media. I know how to text my mama. I don't know how that thing works. I don't need to know how it works, but I can also make money on it, right? And so that's how we need to really grasp this blockchain technology and the future of it, to say, I don't need to know all of the mechanics of it. I know it works, and I need to figure out a way to invest in it and to make a living from it, because everything's going to change.
Wow. So I'm gonna keep rolling because we got about we're probably gonna extend it just a bit because we had the blockchain queen, and as you can see, she is dynamic. You got her on Tuesdays with Tanya, and those are on Facebook and YouTube.
No, it's in my private community. And
Your
so
private
if
community.
you go to
Okay.
www.tanyalawrence.net, you will get all things the blockchain queen. You'll see all of my courses. You'll see all of my communities. You'll be able to contact me if you need to. You'll see testimonies from other students, video testimonies, written testimonies. It's all on there.
Got it. Got it. And we'll come back at the end and talk about the cost, because they're so minimal compared to what you're going to learn and what you're going to be able to make. So we'll come back to that. How do you see decentralized finance shaping the future of banking and investing?
If we would have had DeFi financing when I was an investment banker, we'd have probably been billionaires, gajillionaires. I don't even know what the term was, because things would have moved so much faster. Peer-to-peer lending, the ability to make the process much faster is going to change the landscape of everything. I like to speak in pictures and make sure people really understand this. Let me just give you a little idea of how DeFi financing is working right now and is going to continue to move in the future. Teenagers are playing video games. Even younger than that, kids are playing Minecraft or whatever those things are, Roblox.
Correct.
On computers, right? And they are getting tokens. Well, some of these platforms are taking those tokens and monetizing those tokens. So that becomes real currency on the blockchain, digital currency. Some of these teenagers have figured out, and adults, there's some gamers out there that are full-fledged adults that are like, this is where the money is. They are gaming, they're tokenizing, they are earning money doing something that pleases them, sitting still and saying, Mom, I don't need any meatloaf right now. All right, I'm playing a game. So they're making money. Well, when they tokenize that, guess what they become? They become the new banks. With cryptocurrency and blockchain technology, someone will be able to walk into a home based on a profile that's on the blockchain for that person that says they're of good character, they pay their bills, they are trustworthy. Go ahead and give them the 6-digit code to get into the keypad to your house that's for sale. No realtor needed. They're able to walk into that home, do a quick tour. While they're in there, they're like, let me see, what type of liens are on this property. They'll be able to do a title search because the title for the home is on the blockchain. No title company needed. Then they decide, I'm going to go ahead and put in an offer. They put the offer in on the blockchain via a smart contract to the seller of the home. The seller of the home accepts. Again, no middle people, no realtors needed. And then they said, okay, well, I have some cash because I made some with crypto, but I probably need another $1 million. Where can I get this $1 million? Oh, let me go to a DeFi app and get a loan for this home. And when they go to apply for the loan, it's some 13-year-old sitting on his chair on the floor playing video games with a headset on that has coins that he's tokenized and monetized that will be able to be the lender for that transaction. Look at his phone, and based on the information he can see very quickly on his blockchain platform, decide to give that person a loan within a matter of seconds. The person walked into the home, toured the home, cleared the title to the home, and got a mortgage. Can be all done within minutes.
Wow. I'll tell you, when I first, we have several properties now, but as a very, very younger man, if you're 27, I would say I would be 28.
Okay.
But as a 19-year-old, actually, I probably was 21 at the time. I think I had just started working as the drug czar in the city of Annapolis. So I was like, I want to buy a home. I want my own home. And so I started the process, and I went to the bank and I turned in everything they asked. And then they said, we need it again. I said, what? And I went back and I turned, and then they asked me for it again. And the third time, I was young. At the time, neither of my parents owned a home. I was like, I gave up. I was frustrated. So I literally walked away, which was part of the strategy in the first place. But I literally walked away because of the paperwork, the frustration of turning in stuff that I'd already turned in twice. And I was like, what's going on? And so I literally walked away from, from buying a townhome at that age. Now, like I said earlier, what's for you is for you, and what's not is not, and timing. So apparently it wasn't for me at the time. But to your point now, that process that took easily 30 days, 45 days or less, but it can easily take that long. Now you're talking about in one day, you can turn around and actually be, first of all, in a position to loan as a bank. And then second of all, you can turn around and access that capital in 24 hours.
Yep.
Wow. So we're going to keep firing because our time is running out. But this is such a high, we're going to have to do a part 2. So first of all, let me just ask, are you willing to come back to the Black Business Olympics and host a part 2 for the as the blockchain queen?
Absolutely willing to come back and give whatever information people need.
Wonderful.
It's that important.
And plus, you're going to be able to see her tomorrow because she's actually moderating. She's going to be back sitting in this seat tomorrow from 12 to 4. So check her out on day 4 for our February Black Business Olympics. Okay, so let's keep it rolling. So Web3 and the future of blockchain. What excites you most about Web3? Now we're going to jump to another one. How can individuals and businesses prepare for the growing influence of crypto and blockchain?
Again, education. Education is so important. Just another quick example. A few years ago, it was about 5 years ago now, our youngest daughter was getting ready for college, and we took her to a few schools in Maryland, and she ultimately settled on Goucher College. I was thrilled because as a part of the presentation, the president of the university discussed, he was from Stanford, graduate there, and he discussed that their strategy, they had gotten rid of, I think it was like 17 or 19 degree programs 5 years ago. They got rid of 17 to 19 degree programs because they knew those programs would be obsolete because of AI and blockchain technology.
Wow.
And they knew that they didn't want students going there, getting a degree in this field, parents still having to pay, the fees and having to have these loans for a career that will be dissolving because technology is taking over. So education, understanding what it is, how to set up money for yourself and your legacy that is starting to work for you, and then figuring out a way to carve out space for yourself. Whatever it is that you're good at, figure out how it works on the blockchain. Or if you've had that idea, that burning idea, this is the time to develop it.
So listen, I'm going to make a executive decision here. I happen to be very, very proud and fortunate to be an ambassador here with the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. But I got to ask your permission first. Are you okay if we go? We're going to go. It's the Black Business Olympics. So let's just say we're in the Olympic Games.
Right.
Are you willing to go overtime?
Let's go.
Let's go. Okay. So we're not going to hold you long, but it's just too much information not to get it out to the people. So let's talk about the inner circle that you've built, in terms of your community and how important that is to foster engagement and trust in the process. Let's talk about community and leadership and why that's important, and why you teach that, on your Tuesdays with Tanya and the Blockchain Queens Inner Circle.
The inner circle has a special meaning. As an investment banker, we are I'm from a small town and up in Pennsylvania, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, less than 50,000 people. We were one of maybe 3 or 5 wealthy Black families, and we were the only Black investment banking firm probably in the state at that time. And so a lot of times when we showed up at events, we went to conferences.
And what was your family's name? Your maiden name, is that Lawrence?
McGee is my maiden name.
Your
Lawrence
maiden
is my
name. Okay,
married
so
name.
those are the McGees from Harrisburg, one of the first Black investment banks in Pennsylvania. I always make sure.
No, my husband, Lawrence. It was my husband's firm, Lawrence.
Oh, okay, your husband's firm, Lawrence. Got it.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, how you doing?
Hello,
You're
sir.
great.
I just thought I'd stop by, being the founder and the guy who runs the show, and let you know that I'm truly excited about the information that you're giving. And I noticed that Darius A. Stanton did say he was going to use his ambassadorship to continue. And so I'm going to use my foundership to say you guys can go another 30 minutes if you like.
Oh, wow.
The reason for that is this is something that people don't pay attention to. This is almost like AI. They don't pay attention. And then when everything happens, they say, why didn't I know? And our community not only needs to know, they need to know the people who are been doing this longer than just talking about it. Because when you begin to talk about blockchain and begin to talk about the Black Business Network, we are truly about that. And I want people in the community to get all that you have to give, because it is more than important to our community to really understand that when we become a paperless society, it's all going to be on the blockchain. And I know, Darius Stanton, I keep things, close to my chest when you start doing things. I just want to tell you that this is, and not only an exciting evening, this is a historical evening. Because when people pay attention to the information that is given, then they can begin to do something not only with their lives, but with their legacies, with their families. Because one day we're all going to wake up and there's not going to be no dollar bills. And then what are you going to do when you're locked out, when you can get locked in right about now? With that being said, I'm not going to hold up much more of your time. I want to thank both of you for continuing. And I can't wait till tomorrow night. I just can't wait till tomorrow night, tomorrow afternoon, when I can see the blockchain queen. And if you would, say a few things about NFTs, if you would, while you're talking, because I am an artist and I've been holding back, but I have a catalog. Let me say it one more time, of over 2,000 pieces of artwork that I am looking to find the right person who understands what is actually going on. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for allowing me to step in. I normally don't come on live. They will tell you I show up 2 times, in the beginning and in the end. But sometimes you got to get in the middle to make it happen. Thank you. I look forward to you later on.
And before you leave,
Dr. Kelly,
I just, excuse me, I apologize, blockchain queen. I have to just tell you, I just knew I was ready to get the Sandman from off of the Apollo. The ambassador. He trumped me. Did he trump me that time? No, hey, but that's what it's all about. We're a team. We hand off every chance we get. We love making assists, and this is a huge assist. And as you heard, that's why I asked for the name of the firm, because this is historical, and people have to understand the moment. We have to take advantage of the moment, and this is also why it's important to control your own media and communications networks.
Right? Wait a minute. Is somebody tapping me on my shoulder to tell me to get off the screen? Is somebody tapping me? No, they're not. They're not going to be tapping me today, tomorrow, next week. And we're not selling out, because we're going to do 365 days of the year live information, live business. Because when we can do that, then we can talk to the world. Once the world and Black folk join together, it really is a wrap. And with that being said, goodbye until the next time.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Kelly. Well, I will jump in and finish why I was this inner circle is so important to me, and then make sure I touch on the NFTs for Dr. Kelly.
I'm impressed with the fact that you were able to jump right back in. That spirulina and matcha tea and whatever else you're drinking green,
Early in the morning.
aside from the blockchain money, is working for you. So carry on.
So yeah, during that time as an investment banker, my husband brought me into that world. We were the chosen people at these events. We were able to be in the room. They were like, oh, they qualify, right? And so we were able to hear about different financial structures, different thought concepts when it came to money, different investment strategies. And we got all that information and we soaked up all that information. We were able to invest in different types of companies, those things that print money that you don't even think about, because someone came to us for financing, and then, we got some equity in those companies. And so we were in that inner circle, but no one that we knew and no one that looked like us was allowed to be in that inner circle. And we would be so frustrated at times. Like, why? Why is it like this? Why is it still like this? How is this even legal? So much so that, when we would go to finance a client, a client could have the same exact profiles except for skin color, and it made all the difference in their financing.
Wow.
And so just having that experience for 17 years of frustration and like, oh, we can't do anything about this. Now I can. Now I can have an inner circle that doesn't bar anyone based on their age, their skin color, their gender, their background. The only thing that bars them is their unwillingness to learn. You got a willingness to learn and you got $7. My grandson, who is 7 years old, got $7 every month. Everyone has $7 every month. They just have to have the desire to come and get the information. I'm going to give it to them. And I tell you, I get it from my rib.
You know that song, this is old, one of the old church songs, sign me up for the Christian. So then we're going to sign me up for the blockchain jubilee. Sign me up for the inner circle.
I've been changed.
That's right. Sign me up.
I can't sing. Don't get me to sing.
Hey,
that's one thing I can't do.
No, yes, you can. Because look, this is about, the thing about singing is the energy, right? And so talk about the energy that is perpetuated in that circle, because you created an ecosystem, that people now can, like you said, can go to each other. And all you have to do is be coachable.
That's it.
Talk about energy and how that's really just impacted your personal life, because from being in the space where there were ceilings and you all were the only ones that looked like you and were kind of accepted in the room per se. But now to have an environment where other people look like you, their values, they're genuine. What does that do for your life beyond the 9 to 5? How does that, just your family? Talk about, what that does for you.
It gives you something to look forward to every day. I listen to Earl Nightingale religiously. And one of the concepts is being excited, living a life that's fulfilled, and doing something that you're passionate about, no matter what it is. Doesn't matter if you're a garbage man, a school teacher, or a homemaker, whatever it is, make it something that you're passionate about. And this is my passion. And so to get to give that information to people, have them benefit from it, but it's come full circle. I have students that keep me, like, I can't be everywhere at all times. My students are like out there. They're getting the information, deciphering the information, bringing it back to the table, sharing it with the community. I have students globally now, Africa, Kuwait, just students everywhere. And so we're getting information from all over the world, and having people that are supporting and looking out for each other is just, it's an amazing feeling, because we don't have that right now in the world with everything that's going on.
So you really are the blockchain queen.
I am.
I love it. I love it. Okay. So speaking of community and leadership, how do you balance education, advocacy, leadership while staying ahead in a rapidly changing industry? And part of it you just described, because you said you built a course. I don't want to use the word army. I'm going to say you built a course of folks to go out and get that information. But what else do you think is contributes to being able to do that?
I get my morning time, my sleep, most important.
Okay.
My morning time to be able to meditate and ask what information I need to have to share with someone else. What is it that I need to know to impact someone else's life? And that information always comes without fail, just from that quiet time to be still and listen. Because I don't know everything. I even had in the beginning that imposter syndrome, like, oh, am I good enough? I know this, but I see all these other people on social media. You just got to figure out, like, okay, you've been used as a vessel and this is your purpose, and be quiet and let the information come through. And so that's what I decided to accept.
It sounds like there's a marriage between the WinCube leadership system and the blockchain queens universe, because with the win, the very first win is in your person, your temple, being able to just breathe and meditate. And I just heard you talk about really receiving downloads and asking the universe, what is it? So we're not talking religion. We're just talking basic human universal language, and that is breathing and allowing yourself to be used and taking those gifts and talents to do what you. Another thing you said that was so key, that a lot of people, because they want to stay so busy, is they don't get the rest. Talking to myself. And so now I slept last year more than I probably slept in years combined. And I come from a family that stayed up, my both on all sides, grandparents stayed up late. But I'm learning to get my rest, and so in order to stay, 30, or whatever that super age, because I'm at a big one, you got to get your rest. But part of the rest is the human body. There are only certain functions that take place when you're sleeping. And so it's really important to get that window, 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Certain things happen in the atmosphere during that time, 3 a.m, and so being up and being able to tap into that is critical. So let's keep on rolling. And thanks so much for all the folks that are sticking with us tonight. We're really excited about it. We've gone over, but it's clearly working. I'm looking at it, some of the people in the comments. This is an incredible session. How do we reach her? So we'll make sure we do that again. Give them your contact information so they can reach the Blockchain Queen, please.
All things Blockchain Queen are on my website, TanyaLawrence.net. And it's spelled TONYA, TanyaLawrence.net. You can email me from there. You can see all of my courses, all of my communities are on there. And then to find me on socials, all of my socials are the Blockchain Queen, THE Blockchain Queen, except for YouTube. It is just Blockchain Queen.
So all things Blockchain Queen, is that correct?
No, TanyaLawrence.net. That's where you'll find everything. Yes.
All right.
TanyaLawrence.net.
So the website is TanyaLawrence.net.
Yes. TONYA.
All right. We're going to get that right out there to the folks. Okay. So now the next question is, how do you see the entry points? What are some of the first things that you can do to get prepared and to get into this space? What are some of the things that people need to have in place to do that? What are some of the first steps?
First things first, to be in a position to get into the crypto space, change of mindset. This is a new world, a new space, new rules, new regulations, and most importantly, you're in charge. You're the captain of your own ship. And that is a hard pill to swallow sometimes, because we're so used to other people being in charge of our money, other people being in charge of our destiny, people saying, you come to work at this time, leave at this time, you get this many days off. Things could change quickly with having your own investment. And so getting in a space where You are telling yourself first and foremost, you deserve wealth. Your ancestors work for it. It's yours. You deserve it. And more importantly, what can you do with it? We are watching right now Social Security getting cut, Medicare getting cut, school breakfasts and lunches being cut, housing being cut. What is your role in society? What are you going to do to make a change, to make sure that someone else has, because you've made the right decision to generate wealth for you and your family so that you can do more?
Wow. That was probably, you've been dropping dimes, coins all night. Let's keep it in the blockchain family. You've been dropping coins all night, contracts, all kinds of things. But in doing that just now, the fact that you shared with people how important it is to change their mindset, and not get consumed with all the other noise. But you talked about changing your mindset and how important that is to be an open system.
Right.
We talked about that in one of the previous episodes tonight, and how important it is to be an open system. And so for you to share again and reiterate the mindset change, Dr. Bruce, one of the folks that I study under in terms of coaching, Dr. Bruce Pennell with the Love More movement, talks about changing the channel.
I like that.
And how important it is for us to change the channel and really acknowledge that you got to talk to yourself, and you got to promote those positive messages and record your voice. One of the things that we train our students in our classes, as well as our coaching clients, is to record your own voice, and listen to yourself, for 5, 8, 10, write it on down, write all the beautiful things about you, all the positive things, all the things you want to be that you don't see yet, and all the things that you've done and accomplished, and give yourself that credit, and listen to yourself every day. Talk to you about the beautiful things that you do, not these other stations and all these other songs that you're not getting $1 off of. Go use your intellectual capital and talk about the greatness in you, so you can aspire and reach those things that are in you that God already blessed, the universe already blessed you with. So, so now let's talk about the some of the terminology in the blockchain space. What are some of the things that people can, just so they can get their appetite and feel a little more comfortable, and can go research and study? Because one of the things here at the Black Business Network, we want people to be able to, as I said, I told them up front, get your pen and your paper. Now, if you didn't do that, did I tell them that up front? I said she gonna drop it, right? And so, because I do my homework, I watched her, I know I did I didn't just look to just pull anybody on, that was not it. It wasn't just, a pretty face. It was here and here, that really encouraged me to invite, you to the platform. I'm so glad that you took us up on it. So what are some of the key terms that people can look and research?
So first of all, on the website, there's a free glossary. First thing I wanted people to have. It breaks it down. It uses, I think it's like 15, maybe 20 different crypto terms that go into layman's terms, so you know what they mean, because it is speaking a completely different language. I recently, I'm an iPhone girl, but I recently switched from a Dell computer to a MacBook. Oh, that was a whole language change, right? And luckily, I was working with someone and they were helping me get through a few things, because even without those first steps, I would have been completely lost. It would have taken me a lot longer to even get to the point where I'm here on this streaming platform, because I had to figure out, how do I open this screen, download this? Where do I go for the save files? Well, the glossary that I provided allows you to have those few terms that you need to understand right away. So someone's having a conversation with you, you're not thinking they're talking about something, some other business, some other industry. You can understand what they mean. Understanding that currencies, first of all, big one, Bitcoin, digital currency. There's only one currency that's called Bitcoin. So think of that like there's the US dollar, there's a peso, there's a yen, These are all currencies in different countries. The Bitcoin is the very first currency created on the blockchain. Now, after that, there are at this point probably over 1 million other coins that have been developed by people.
Wow.
This is why I say education is so important, because a lot of those coins are called meme coins, M-E-M-E, meme coins. That means that they have no basis in reality and should not be in your portfolio. That's my personal professional opinion. That they're like baseball trading cards. They're based on popularity. They're based on if someone likes you at that time, if someone else likes you at that time, they get together, they exchange, boom, there's the value for that coin. And so those are meme coins. They have no value, right? Or based on popularity, that is their value. But all of the coins outside of Bitcoin, all of those coins are called altcoins, A-L-T. That's short for alternative. Altcoins. Every coin outside of Bitcoin is an altcoin. So when you hear people talking about Bitcoin and altcoin and this and that, now you understand. If it's not Bitcoin, it's an altcoin. And if it does not have a utilization, a useful purpose, it is not doing something to better society, to better technology, it is a meme coin. The most popular one was one that was talked about on Saturday Night Live a few years ago. And everyone who had it, because of someone going on Saturday Night Live and saying something negative about it, sold it. And the value dropped. Well, that person turned around and went and bought up a whole bunch of it once he made the value of it drop. That's market manipulation, and that person who will not be named on our platform is still manipulating the market right now from the highest office in the country. And so when you understand that they preyed on people who didn't know any better, that is how they win when we're not educated and we're just going out there and doing things based on social media and what the news is saying or what's popular or what somebody told us. Our cousin Boo Boo, you shouldn't be listening to about money anyway.
Right. So, hats off again to Dr. Kelly.
I was going to say, we need to circle back to NFTs at the risk of being kicked off the show.
No, but just hats off to him, for having the vision to tap in and to support. He could have came on and cut it. He could have been egomaniac. So lose your ego is one of the things I would suggest that you do as you change your mindset. Ego will rob you of so many things.
Oh, yeah.
And it's and the other part of it is now more than ever, it is time for us for community. And it's a global community. It's not just here. You just talked about having people that are on your team that are now worldwide. And so we definitely have to think like that. Make sure you got your passport and you're ready to roll, and that you're doing the things that you need to do to have relationships around the world so that you can do business around the world, so that you got a friend that can say, oh, I'm in such and such, I'll be there in 2 hours, versus being out there and having no connection because your ego made you think, well, I don't need these people. I don't need my neighbors. You need your neighbors. They're in the neighborhood for a reason. That's why they call it a neighborhood, right? So let's talk about NFTs and the whole virtual world.
Yeah, so NFT, that's another term that you need to be familiar with because it literally will be changing everything that we do going forward on Web 3.0. NFT stands for non-fungible token. That means that there is one of these items and it can't be fungible. It's not fungible, can't be changed, right? When you have a dollar bill, they basically look the same. The $1 bill can be replaced by another $1 bill. And Dr. Kelly talked about money going away. They are already stopping the production of pennies. That tells you that this is coming and it's coming fast. They're stopping the production of pennies. They are moving Medicare, Social Security, all of the other government assistance programs onto the blockchain. And based on the relationships with companies that are around the world that are going to make it easy. So you just go, and on the front facing side, you'll just apply like you would any other time, but you'll be applying for these services on the blockchain. Why not be making money from it, right? And so with non-fungible tokens, circling back, I had to get that in there real quick. Non-fungible tokens, when you have something that is one of one, let's say your property is one of one. It's your property based on the parcel number that it sits on in your county. That makes it a one of one. And now that piece of property can be considered, it can be converted into a non-fungible token, which means that you can take that non-fungible token, which is in the blockchain world, turned into a smart contract. It's just a regular contract, now a smart contract because it's on the blockchain. Web 2.0 regular contract on the Google Drive, Web 3.0 smart contract on the blockchain. So that non-fungible token can now be used as a smart contract on the blockchain and be sold by the person who owns it.
So I have a piece of artwork.
Yes.
And I want to make that I take that piece of artwork and I digitize it.
Mm-hmm.
And I put it on the NFT space.
Mm-hmm.
And now that is, I'm able to sell that as a smart contract.
Yes. So I can duplicate a picture of this beautiful piece of art from New Orleans and create a image of it on the internet, and now tokenizing it, creating it, making it a token, an NFT. I can sell that, and it doesn't have to be one person that buys it. I could say this is the piece of art that sat in the blockchain queen's office as she started her company. And now for the first 100 people that want a piece of this piece of art, you can pay X amount of dollars. It could be a bid, it could be whatever. And now that 100 people, based on a smart contract, will own a piece of this art. The very first artist, R&B artist, to take this and run with it was Nas. He went and created an entire album, not using the record companies, completely pissing them off. And he went and made his album, produced it himself, distributed himself, and sold it to his fans as NFTs. Imagine when people don't have to wait for a record label to say, yes, your music fits our narrative. And yes, you're naked enough. No, this is the music I want to make. Here's the music that my fans like, and I'm going to go and distribute it to them based on my NFT, not based on what the record executives want our community to experience.
Wow. I want you to first just realize how she broke that down and made it so simple and plain, so that, now you understand what a smart contract is. Now you understand what an NFT is. Mm-hmm. And so I want you to understand that, partially because I want you to make sure that you go to www.tanyalaunch.com and sign up. We got people already asking for it in the chat. Sign up, and for $7, you can be a part of this, get this information. I understand it's $70, I believe, for your class. Am I correct?
Yes, the course, the online self-paced course is $70. Again, a absolute steal. And right now it will still come with a free consultation with me because I just feel it's important for people to be able to get their questions answered and make sure that they feel comfortable with moving forward, and they actually set up their wallet. They actually got that crypto. And I want people at the end of it. I've had people that finished the course in a day. I have people who got it in November and they're still working on it at their own pace, right? And so for each person, it's their own pace. I want people to walk away with this information and say, I should have did that a long time ago. It was that easy. That is how I prepared the course. And I want people just to be able to run with it and make sure that money's not an issue. Oh, if $70 is too steep for you, there's a payment plan. Pay it off in 2 payments. Like, I want there to be no excuses for people to have access to this information that will absolutely change their life and change their legacy.
No doubt about the fact that, the queen, the blockchain queen, wants to get you that information. Listen, it has been my honor and pleasure having you, sharing the screen with you. Thank you so much for pushing it, promoting it, supporting, bringing your family to the table, putting yourself out there, jumping way beyond. You could be just doing it for yourself. But you could be charging a whole lot more to make people a whole lot more money, because what you're teaching them, the course they're going to get for $70 is really going to change their lives, and prepare their families for the future, because somebody in there, as Dr. Kelly said, is now going to be prepared when the money stops. They already plugged in, they're already plugged in. And so, it's your opportunity to close. What do you want to share with the good folks before we, and just so you know, if you want more of Tanya, the blockchain queen, Lawrence, definitely go to www.tanyalawrence.com and also look her up as All Things Blockchain Queen. You can find her in several different social medias there. And, make sure you tune in so you can get on her Tuesday with Tanya. All right. And you want to become part of that inner circle. We got a song for it. Sign me up for the blockchain queen with me. Yeah, come on. Sign me up for Tuesdays with Tanya. Doom, doom, doom. Sign me up for the inner circle too. So we can make money. You can make money. We can make money too. Yeah. So that's
you are hired. Oh my gosh.
Hey, that's right. Come on, get us on your jingle. Black Business Network, Black Business Olympic jingles.
You are hired.
Hey, well, we work to get hired. That's the deal. So that's what it's about. I want people to understand the value of the Black Business Network. And I want them to understand the value, because this is Black business coming together, Black business sharing information and helping each other level up. You take your resources, you combine them, and then you're all able to, you win, we win, our community wins. And so thank you so much. I want to make sure you get it. So tell us, share with, your parting words. You shared a lot, but the floor is yours. And if you could, Doc, I don't know if you're there, but let her be on screen all by herself, please. She's earned that tonight.
My biggest takeaway is, if you are in that thought process and you're saying, I want to do something, I want to make a change, do it. Take the leap, jump. When you are looking at that next cookie that you want to buy from the bakery that costs $5 for 2 cookies, put it down. Take that $5 and put it into some cryptocurrency. You didn't need the cookie, you need your legacy. Everything that you look at now, look at it differently. When you're, like Darius said, if you're thinking about buying something, maybe only spend half of that money. Don't wait and say, oh, I don't have enough. I don't have enough money. Start with whatever you have. And if that means you can't get the course yet, join my free community on www.tanyalawrence.net. I even have a free community. On that free community, there are 6 videos. Matter of fact, there's a free course. Start there. Start with my free course. I got a free course, free community, everything that you need for this to be a no excuse experience. And again, I'm going to give it to you from our ribs to make sure that you understand this information and you're able to elevate your life, your family, and your legacy. That's it.
Hey, you heard it first. I had to turn it on because I had to make sure we got a whole video. We got to double it up. You heard it right here on the Black Business Network. The queen dropped it, blockchain queen. Thank you so much, Tanya. You can see Tanya tomorrow, right here, day 4. You'll be able to catch her on the Black Business Network, Black Business Olympics from 12 to 4. So if you need some more, you're in store for a real treat with the blockchain queen for 4 hours. That's right, 4 hours. And you see what she's bringing. So you can only imagine what's going to happen tomorrow. So Tanya, thank you so much. We will see you soon. And remember, genius is coming, and we will see you on the other side.
Bye now.